Naga cavalrymen may be strong, but the enemy territory is full of corpses. If more than 2 chimeras appear, fall back immediately and join the main force. All right. Dominique. Be careful. Understood. Even if just one division of the 2 succeeds, it'll cause a big change. Both Valicious and the core of the Labyrinth of the Dead are important devices in keeping the undead running. Regardless of who succeeds, we will meet in front of Valicious. If we need to fall back for any reason, the meeting point will be the Naga Labyrinth. That's it. Any questions? None. All right. Quintus, command the forces. As the king says. Listen, Naga army. It is time for war. All forces. Head to the battlefield. Rikshasha. It's your time for revenge. Get ready. If you hesitate for any reason, I will be the one beheading him. Ah, brother, finally. This is strange. I thought he said I'd have to fight just a few corpses and fall back. I mean, I do think it's a corpse. But this isn't what I expected. Hi. It's been a while. You've gotten a lot prettier since I last saw you. Did you get a new haircut? I think it looks perf. Way. Why the hell are you so active now? You used to avoid moving until moss grew on you. I almost got. Most physical attacks won't work on me though. So, as long as you don't use the thermic ray, I'll be fine. You can't use it anymore, can you? Wait. No way. K. That was ruthless. Don't you think it's a bit mean to use your ultimate skill from the get-go? Clench your teeth. Bam. I must have looked like easy prey. However, I'm a labyrinth owner too. You undead guys aren't the only ones who are undying. I'll show you my legion that I've been collecting for decades. Here. It's time to eat. Food. Eat em all up. Die. Death to undead. I'll make soup out of your bone marrows. Hiya. Baron. My main body has started fighting the Flood Dragon King. What? Already? That's earlier than we expected. In order to help Uther, we'll have to attack Valicious as soon as we find out where he is. But our forces must be tired after 2 days of travel. This is a bit difficult. We should have gone ahead as a small team and used a portal to transport our... Are you kidding? That would have provided the enemies with a path straight to our labyrinth's owner room. Since the portal stays open for 24 hours, it's too dangerous to use it near the battlefield. If I had done that, I would have also needed to leave soldiers to guard the entrance. Do you think your main body can win? I think so, but it's hard to say for sure. We usually fight and eat the enemies at the same time, but those low-ranking undead are not nutritious at all. There's no point in eating them. The Flood Dragon King has a thick skin, so it takes time to get through that too. He also doesn't simply stay still while we're melting it. So my ultimate ability of recovering during the battle is basically useless right now. How's Dominique's situation looking? Wait a moment. They've just entered the barren wasteland. There should be about 2 hours until they reach the enemy labyrinth. They're pretty fast too. I expected the flood dragons used by the cavalrymen to be more sluggish. Master. Rikshasha. The group of scouts in the front has found the enemy outpost. There are thousands of undead in the valley about an hour away from here. We've also confirmed that Valicious is in the midst of them. What will you do? This is a war against the undead who don't get tired. I would rather fight with our soldiers in their best shape. But it'll be problematic if Valicious realizes that something's up at his labyrinth. We'll attack right now without resting. Let's end this quickly. Rakshasa. Yes, Master. I know I said I'd let you kill him, but given the situation, I'll have to do it myself. First line of archers, prepare to fire. Now. Push. Close. There are a lot of them, but since they're mere skeletons, they're terrible at breaking through the defenses. They'll be fine without me. Smoke screen. Second line of archers, smoke screen. Knock your arrows. Aim. Fire. You were a part of the deal, but it shouldn't matter. Whether you are dead or alive. Something strange. Is there a problem? Did we take the wrong route, or? Unless some mage interfered with our minds, I'm certain we're on the correct route. This is Mam Rakshasa's reconnaissance sign. It's also the closest we got to the labyrinth of the dead. We could see clearly into the giant labyrinth full of gravestones and bones. But now, I don't see anything. It's my mistake. I'm sorry. No, no. I'm not trying to blame you. Even the map says the labyrinth of the dead is supposed to be there. Maybe we'll find something if we go closer. It might be a trap. Do you still want to go ahead? We can't just do nothing. Or maybe Master has already killed Valicious. And that's why there's no labyrinth here. Ooh, indeed. You're brilliant, indeed. A splendid plan. You leave no room for doubt. Alright. Let's get moving. We shouldn't waste any more time. Let's go. Strange. Kaya. The undead are still moving. This one must have been a dummy. Dummy? Hoo hoo hoo, triple A ha 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 pa. As if. What you just slayed is Valicious. It is undoubtedly the Necromancer King, Valicious. What are you, then? Did some soldier become the new labyrinth owner? Ah, right. I guess it's something like that. I'm not one to immediately resort to violence like someone. I am also Valicious. Closer to perfection than the former Val. No need to rush. There are many of us. Angela. Yes, Master. What the hell is going on here? I don't think this gimmick is of this world. I've been thinking that something's out of place before the battle even began. But I'm certain now that I saw him revive. I can feel a subtle life force from the undead on the battlefield, even though I shouldn't. But it feels like the life of one individual. That psycho broke his soul into pieces and planted them into all the undead on the battlefield. He may die, but he can just use any corpse in the battlefield to revive. Each and every one of the undead on this battlefield can become Valicious. He broke his soul to pieces. That's possible. You're pretty smart. I'm called the Necromancer King. Dealing with a dead soul is simple, even if it may be mine. So I have to kill every undead here to kill you completely. So, what can you and your subordinates do? You're all far from worthy opponents. Angela. You fight too. Take care of the battlefield with the mages. It's the signal. Mages, prepare. Attack along with the vampire. There isn't enough blood in the battlefield because our enemies are the undead. I don't think I can perform to my fullest. But low-ranking undead like this are easy. What's the point in having all these undead when they all die at the slightest touch? This won't even take an hour. As if. You think the low-ranking undead are the main force? You're delusional if you believe that. Of course, I do admit that my combat skills are not really top tier. But I don't need to step up. This is the real deal. There's nothing. I thought there would be traces of the labyrinth if it had been destroyed. Maybe some mages did cast an illusion magic on us. No. The labyrinth was definitely here. There are traces of it still left. And this is a tunnel. It's gigantic. I think it was recently made. What? No, there's no way. How can a labyrinth move? Are there subclasses to the siege class? That thing is multiple times bigger than Anaxtas's siege class flood dragon. The Nagas that died on the battlefield are becoming undead. I can't let any more die. Angela, I'll leave that monster to you. Angela. Master, something's off. This isn't the time to concern ourselves over trivial matters. That siege class. The labyrinth. There are a lot of restrictions to necromancy. Not only do you need to have access to corpses in order to practice it, but there is also a limit to how many undead you can awaken. Even if you revive a dead body, it'll be a mere skeleton, held up only by a thin string of mana. Even if you find a fresh corpse, it'll continue to decompose, until only bones remain. The power of an undead army withers away day by day, and the only thing that awaits it in the post-war peace is a downfall. Death will follow the course of nature and gather the dead. Pile up the bodies. Not a single piece of flesh or bone shall go to waste. Death may be the end for some, but it is the beginning for me. There is no rest in eternal life and glory. Awaken. The first chimera forged through death, labyrinth of the dead. You have entered the territory of the labyrinth of the dead. The stats of the forces affiliated with the labyrinth of the dead are increasing. Master. The guys coming from the labyrinth are all high-ranking undead. Given the labyrinth's attack and the appearance of high-ranking undead, our right flank is probably already down. I didn't want to get Yunhui involved, but Yunhui, you have to fight. Considering the situation, he'll probably want you to head to the right flank. Lead your soldiers towards the right side of the cliff. The mages will concentrate their attacks on the right flank too. Labyrinth of Festivals is joining the battle. Festivals excitement level 0.4%. Festival's excitement is starting to pile up. The penalty's big, so she's gotta end it within the 2 levels. I knew something was strange. What is it? Changing bodies like the Necromancer King isn't something you can see easily even in the abyss. No, it's basically the ultimate skill that aristocrats would drool over. So, it's more likely that it's the Labyrinth ability, not the Necromancer King's, which means that he was hiding it from the start. However, the skill should still have some restrictions. I become weaker. After all, I divided my soul across the vessels. I don't consider it a restriction though. To reveal my weak point like this, am I not a gentleman idiot? That's not gentlemanly. That's called being stupid. Labyrinth core. A high-ranking undead. No, a chimera. I don't have time to play with you. Damn. They aren't ordinary soldiers. Master. I'm fine. It's just a scratch. There are 3 human-form chimeras inside. All pretty strong. Human-form chimeras. There they are. Wait, those earrings. Are they? Valicious. Va. Angela. Okay. That's surprising. I let you go thinking you'd die out there, but you're still alive. You let her go? Yes. It was necessary in order to obtain 3 elves. After all, that bitch has no vow. You sure run your mouth a lot for someone without a tongue. In fact, she's worse than worthless. She's more of a burden for you to carry during the fight. Let's see how long you can protect her. Swordsman, go after the human. Mage, take care of the vampire. Shieldman, kill that elf bitch and then go after the human too. I allow the use of spirit magic. What? Ugh. Underelf Chimera. Hero plus plus plus. CA. Underelf Scout, Rikshasha, Rare plus, Captain. Rikshasha. What was that? I'm sure I blocked the attack. Underelf Chimera. Legendary. Sword Aura. Is it magic? Damn it. No way. Undead are using spirit magic. It shouldn't be compatible with them. Why aren't they self-destructing? Underelf Chimera. Legendary plus. No, purification is definitely in proc. What? Necromancer King. It was your doing. TSK. Combat magic plus regeneration. What a perfect combination. Then, perhaps. Master. These guys aren't completely dead yet. What? Their bodies are dead, but there's a high chance that their souls are still in there. Spirit magic is something only elves can use. Necromancer King wouldn't be able to imitate it on his own. Does it mean that these guys are brainwashed? I need to find a way to wake them up. I might need rikshashas. Yun Hui. Protect Rikshasha. Wait. Yun Hui, brainwashing. Labyrinth. Portal. You have entered the territory of the labyrinth of festivals. Yun Hui. Use sweet dreams. Your Highness. It's dangerous outside the castle. You can't keep sneaking out like this. I can defend myself. It's not that simple of a problem. The prince is worried about you too. There's no reason to worry. I'm protected by the strongest knight in the world, aren't I? Knight Captain. You're right. That's what I'm here for. I will forever be your shield. Your Highness. Ah, no. What have I, what? Ah, no. The injury, blood, she's bleeding. Ah, malicious. 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 You. What have you done to me? Valasai. It looks like he hasn't noticed. I need to send a summon to Yun Hui. Shit. You. Are you also a servant of Malicious? I will kill you. I'll rip you too. It's the opposite. We're Rikshasha's friends. Calm down. Calm. Calm down. You wish. I don't care anymore. If you're gonna defend him, then you're an undead made by Malicious. You will cease to exist if his energy source is cut off. You'll most likely be brainwashed again if he finds out about you. And then you'll attack Rikshasha again. Since your most important order was to deal with her. Damn it. Angela. It's a success, Master. The counter-brainwashing works. So he's back to normal. Yep. We should do it to the other elves before the Necromancer King notices. No, that's impossible. The first use has used up all the Labyrinth of Festivals energy. Tell Yun Hui to hurry and get to the 5th level of excitement. There are so many obstacles. Yun Hui, did you heat Your Highness? What? Your Highness. Wait, then you're not some squad captain. I knew they were too strong to be just mercenaries. As if a legendary rank mercenary squad can exist. Then that must be a palace mage or something. The nation's strongest. What? What am I supposed to do? Is there something I can do to help? Nothing. You can help us by doing nothing. Just stay here and hide from the Necromancer King. Yun Hui. I'll leave the delivery to you. Send him to the other side of their labyrinth and hurry to the 5th level of excitement. Ah. Your Highness. I swore to protect you all my life. Despite having woken up. All I can do is just watch. How can I call myself Guardian Knight? Opening a portal in the middle of the battlefield and revealing the core. Is this for a labyrinth buff? No, there could be some scheme. The connection to the shield man keeps weakening. I can't even see him. There must be some scheme. I won't let my guard down. Dear Labyrinth of the Dead. Crush the portal. He's going for the portal. Until the 5th level of excitement. There's too much. I have to buy some time no matter what. Festival's excitement level 3.27%. Angela. Master. I'm a bit busy right now. Yunhui. No. The portal. I am the shield that protects all elves of Geyser. I am Sinur, the captain of the Elven Kingdom's Guardian Knight Order. Valicious. I choose death. Over existence as your puppet. That idiot. I told him not to step in. It's pointless. Pelicios. Did he get rid of brainwashing? How? I don't know how you got rid of it. I can't believe you'd rather cling to some obsession for the rest of your life. What an ugly elf knight you are. Don't give meaning to a life that has already ended. Ah. The target resists. Give up. Obey me. Leave everything to me, elf. Shut up. Your fault is that you left our souls. I'll show you what soul magic is. Target, unstoppable. The target has abnormal immunity. What? This is impossible. The body is just a reincarnated container. There should not be any autonomy for the soul trapped inside. That's why I gave it up. I already told you. I'd rather choose extinction than live in a cursed body. Corrupt soul, Lina. What is this? Did he give up his body? The elf also stopped attacking. It's like if they pay their respects. He got rid of brainwashing. I don't know the main reason. It is soul art. Elves as well as fairies are known to have their souls inside their bodies. Soul art is leaving the soul out of the body in the physical world instead of going into the spirit world. And the price for that happening is total extinction, and they can never be revived. His soul will soon scatter. It was something that elves had revered for thousands of years, so they must be paying their respects unconsciously now. I see. It is something like an envoy. Envoy? Do humans have that? No, it doesn't matter. Soul art. What's wrong? Are you going to kill me? Do what you want. This was my favorite body, but I can't help it. You don't know what your soul is like. I can reach it. I am not a physical body now. I have come to be with you. I can feel that ugly soul, Pelicious. Stop. No. Stop. I'm sorry, princess. No. No. Lina. What's wrong with you, Lina? You said you would protect me. You said it twice before my eyes. Lina. Lina. Ah. Angela. I really don't know. It is possible that his soul disappeared with that of Pelicious. The undead are falling. Supposed to brainwash an elf. Sisal, isn't it? It's weird. Half of the undead on the battlefield had fallen. The rest are still alive and well. The spirit, recovery. Sir, it's not over yet. Let's go to the core of the maze. 30% of lives have died. It's okay to tear off the main body's soul apart. It's as if I'm sharing an offering with him. I feel like I'm capable of anything. A main body soul couldn't bear to disappear without a trace. Now I feel like a different person than before. It is unpleasant. Now, the battlefield. I will control it. I was wondering what you were doing, but you were trying to squeeze me in terms of size. I'm not surprised now. Either from you or from the king of Juryong. He is no match for the Juryong king. It's weak and slow, but... Hey elf. Your comrade died, can't you collect yourself? The fourth stage of the festival 7%. The festival is now in its fourth stage. Festival labyrinth forces have been destroyed and progress is slow. It is impossible to fill it because we are short of energy. At least, it would have been better if I had been getting stronger from killing enemies. Hurry up, Yunhui. Festival fever. Stage 4 of the maze of festivals 48%. Did you get hurt? No. The undead around me disappeared without a trace. Could he? Yunhui. Unlock the 5th level. Festival fever. Use sweet dreams on the elf wizard. Right now. I think it worked. Okay, now I'm going to wake you up. You're hurt, so I'll release you. Take this. Taste the blood. Now, wait. Weren't you hypnotized? Master. Oh, my God. The effect of sweet dreams is shared. Congratulations on the birth of the baby, my younger brother. I know this is what you wanted. It's a girl. Ha ha ha. What if it's a girl? Do you mean that I may hate my brother for this reason? Elves like us can only have the chance to have children once in 100 years. What might my wish represent for the long span of 100 years? Look at this little girl. Her smile like the spring sun, it fills me with happiness from within. If it were a boy, I'd try to train him hard, but, since a beautiful princess was born. So let us protect her from losing her smile, so that she can be free from the clutches of the endless war. Isn't protecting people the duty of the royal family? Rick Perez, Prince of Ipan. Don't worry. I will take care of this child, and I will protect her. The elves aren't moving. Meanwhile, the connection between them is weakening. This is the same style as the shield owner. Who do you think I am? Using presence control. This magic is of the 3rd degree. How many times did you think you would insult me? What the hell? Presence control failed. If you can't get it, then I'll crush it. I will not let it fall into your hands. Rikshasha, what are you doing? Be careful. Come on, this is dangerous, you should avoid it. I don't want to see you die in front of me again. Please. It's all my fault. I'm weak, so I just grabbed my ankle, and this happened. Maybe, if I wasn't here in the first place. If it was me who died, and not my brother. I wish I had died before he caught me. If that didn't happen. Damn. Rikshasha. Don't say that. None of this is your fault. Brother. I think I'm too late. Brother, Renard. Renard is. It's okay, Shasha. But there is no time for that, so make your heart strong and listen to me. I will live this life that I did not want. I raised you like a flower in a glass house because I thought that was enough to protect you. I can't imagine how painful this was for you. Stop malicious. Don't let the royal family stand in your way. I couldn't protect you, I'm sorry. If only I could make it up to you with everything I've got. If only I could contribute a little bit for the rest of the trip. Big brother. Human. Please take care of this child, I feel ashamed for fighting you. Because I can trust you, who almost defeated me. She is a member of the royal family, you still haven't come back to your consciousness. Being from the ruling or royal family is no longer important. Rikshasha is my scout leader. It will be tough on the front lines as it has always been. But sure, I promise. Even if she's in danger, I will protect her until the end of my life. That's enough for me. Thank you. If I had treated you like this from the beginning, the result might have been different. Okay then. Big brother. What are you doing? Shasha, my little sister. You have to survive. Don't tell me that. I cannot. No. Big brother. Big brother. The movement of spiritual energy is confirmed by external factors. Conditions fulfilled. The Rikshasha journey will continue. The hero, Rikshasha, is in progress. Some conditions are intercepted. The awakening of the hero, Rikshasha, is in progress. Some conditions are intercepted. The maze started to feel incompatibility. The maze started to feel incompatibility. What is this? It's my turn. The wizard? What are you going to do? It's a golden opportunity to involve the princess, isn't that clear? It's a forced awakening. From a small group of corpses. Long before I ruled as the master of the labyrinth. When I felt danger, I didn't hesitate to let go of my pride and run away. The opportunity to defend is bound to come one day. My gut tells me this is dangerous. To all the undead who have a piece of me. This is of the highest priority. Run away. Escape this battlefield at all costs. In groups. No, it doesn't matter, even if it's just one of you. Escape from the siege of the Naga. Sir. The undead are running away. I think Valicious will leave the battlefield. Stop him, Angela. You can't let a single one of them out. This is impossible. Hey, human. The princess awakening must not be interrupted. There is no time to get distracted. Protect the princess. Damn. Angela. Okay. I'll try. It is useless. Oh my god. Damn. Yoon-hee. She has reached her limit too. It's impossible for the Nagas on the cliff to stop thousands of undead. There is no time to waste now. It's rice. The souls of those climbing the cliff are disappearing one by one. Could it be the Queen of Gluttony? Well, I can't just let one escape. Why? Quickly. Well, I was hungry anyway. Is there a difference? Anastos. You can't even catch a slime. Does this mean all your qualities were just for show? No, not yet. There is a tunnel that goes through the labyrinth of the dead. Through it, we can escape to the barren lands. Even in the tunnel. What the hell is going on? Come out. Help our king. Crush the enemy. Uther, Quintus, Dominic. Great timing. All the undead carry their king's seed. Don't let a single one escape. Kill them all. Soul retrieval. What? All the undead are falling. Did he give up? No way. The escape route is blocked, so they're trying to regain their strength. He's not stupid. Been a long time since I've been this close. Isn't it funny that I, the undead, am afraid of death? Even with this, I don't see a victory. Defeat is inevitable. It's true that the main body doesn't possess any combat power. The heart beats even though it is not there. Pus comes out of the moldy skin as if it were sweat. The air that fills up these empty lungs comes out with a whistling sound. It's been a long time since I have felt alive. I'm not giving up until the end. Chimera creation. The labyrinth is collapsing. He is extracting every bit of strength he has left. Hyung. What a vile dead creature. Rikshasha has successfully awakened hero rank +++. Despite my attempts, I was unable to break through the legendary wall. There is only one more body to sacrifice. The movement of spiritual energy is being monitored by external factors. Since it is forced, it can only be maintained temporarily. My body would certainly help the princess grow, even if it was only temporary. Ground effect exceeded. Fall has temporarily been released from the effect of the curse. Princess, my wish is to bring the glorious elf race back to this hideous land. Princess Rikshasha Ephone. No, Your Highness, High Elf Queen. High Elf of the Golden Age, Rikshasha, completed * temporary. Is this Rikshasha? I guess it's been a long time since I've been here. Since your spiritual energy has been restored, there is no need to save your strength. Don't worry about the black merchants. I will be sure to clear a path for you. It's all in your hands. Thank you. My lord. The spirits of the dead gather in wandering flocks, and I have overwhelmed them all. So that I shall bring them salvation, so that the souls shall live and seek revenge for me. I am the father and mother of spirits. I am both good and evil, the beginning and the end, and everything that is to this world. I am the first and last true spirit. And today, you all shall die by my hands. You entered the intangible labyrinth. The labyrinth leader, Peletius, abilities have been greatly enhanced. The intangible maze. The entire labyrinth has become unstable. He's absorbing the labyrinth, to strengthen his body. Sir. It seems he has evolved to a noble level. I don't care. Domenico, stand back. Show me your best. Gah. It's useless. An unusual danger has been sensed. An unusual fear has been sensed. Do you think such an attack will work on me? Resistance successful. Got you. Crush him, Rakshasa. Dear sage, allow me to harness your power. It's useless, I will kill you all. Soul sword. I will cut through your soul. Get away from me. You scum. You are dying with me. Impossible. You will die alone right here. The maximum limit of hardening has been used. Anaxtos. Policius. Die. Acceleration. Extracting the labyrinth essence. There is no remaining energy in labyrinth essence. Successful extraction without resistance. Exiting the intangible labyrinth. Don't pretend to be dead, Policius. Wake up. I've been dead from the beginning, you fool. Did you forget that? I no longer have any intention of living. You are dead while you still breathe. What a weird man, sir. Don't worry, he's still babbling, even though he's split in half. I have neither the energy nor another vessel to reincarnate into. My death is determined. You must avenge the elves. End my life now. Where are you going? You said you were dead from the beginning. Is there any meaning in killing you after this? Why should I bother anyway? I will leave you to suffer in pain. Ha! Pain. I don't even know what it is to feel pain. Sir, is it okay to just leave him like that? I was actually going to let him go. It's a way to torture him and make him taste the bitterness of pain. Ugh, kill me. I'll die soon anyway. Well, I can't do it anymore. Do it. What, do what? I know you're watching us. I'm done with him. Come and get what you want. The Black Merchant. Yes. The Black Merchant greets you. We have finished replenishing the 300 Naga soldiers who had died in battle. After the Black Merchant group leaked the data on the Naga labyrinth to Valicious, they came to offer me the information on the Necromancer King's military power. The payment for that was to hand over Valicious to them while he was still alive, as well as the core of the Labyrinth of the Dead. In the end, however, no one really gained anything from that deal. All units from the Labyrinth of Festivals as well as a large number of Nagas have died. We earned nothing from this war. I'll just have to be satisfied that the surrounding area of our labyrinth got cleaned up. Was it okay to let them take the Necromancer King away? If I just wait, an opportunity for revenge will surely come. Elf, human, wait for me. I will make sure to. His last words have been on my mind. Did he really hate the black merchant group that much? Let's move on to the next problem. Now that the labyrinth of the dead is down, the nearby labyrinths on the 9th floor are. Quintus, what is it? Rikshasha's room. How do you feel, Rikshasha? Master. You had a seizure right after Valicious was taken away. According to the demon, it was the geyser's curse that came back along with the consequences of the forced awakening. How long have I slept? For about 3 days since the end of the war. I'm sorry. I wasn't able to do my job. No. Nearby labyrinths will be on the move soon now that Valicious is gone. Our contract is over, elf mercenary Rikshasha. You're no longer affiliated with the Naga labyrinth. You're just a guest. Dear Naga labyrinth owner, thank you so much for starting a war for a mere mercenary soldier who had no connection to you at all. Thank you for waking my kind from the brainwashing so that they could be with me. If it weren't for you, the legacy of the elven royalty would have disappeared forever. I beg of you, please let me continue to work under your command. I take it that you mean to work for me as my subordinate and not as a mercenary. I want to help the Naga labyrinth thrive. Right now, I am just a scout captain, nothing more. I'm just a scout captain, who will be worked to the bones in the front lines where royalty and bloodline have no meaning. Well. I was going to ask you anyway. But I reject your plea. If I didn't, you would run out immediately to do your job. Despite not having any external injuries, you were asleep for 3 days without eating anything. But once you heal, I'll take you in. For now, you shall rest as a guest. Thank you so much, Master. Rikshasha's doing fine too. For a while, we'll focus on recuperation and stabilization. Of course, we won't neglect our defenses either. I'm sure the other labyrinths already know about what happened to the labyrinth of the dead. The news of what we did is being spread all over the geyser. My king. We've done too much in too short of a time period. If the other labyrinth owners have brains, then I'm sure they'll form an alliance. Against us, that is. Call Uther. We're going to the labyrinth of hammers and anvils. I need to meet Malaxis, the king of goblins. Somewhere in the swamps of the 9th floor. You sent an invitation, without even preparing the bare minimum to greet a guest. I did expect this, but to think you wouldn't even have seats ready for us. It's not the time to play aristocrats. The situation's not looking good. First Anaxtis, now Valicious. It didn't even take a year. I'm sure you're both already aware. We must consider his potential. We cannot discuss the quality or quantity of our military in front of him. We cannot underestimate him. There is no happy ending for arrogance. King of Swamps, Garintos. Can't you just get to the point? I know you called us here to form an alliance. Yes, we must come together. Are you scared now that Valicious is gone? Your image is down as low as the swamps, Garintos. Right. Isn't this too early? The most annoying guy near the Naga labyrinth is still there. He should be able to hold on longer than both Anaxtis and Valicious combined. No, honestly, I don't think that stupid slime would lose in the first place. Uther is on the Naga King's side. What? King of Gluttony, Uther, is with the Naga King. King of Hammers and Anvils, Malaxis, is rather friendly towards the Naga King, too. No, he has obviously taken a submissive attitude. It's only a matter of time before he's also under the Naga King's command. Considering the location of his labyrinth and his forces, he's the weakest, so I assume he's on his knees begging for mercy. Yes. That's the wisest option. I'm surprised you're even willing to antagonize him when you're so scared. This is gonna be a pain in the ass. If one more labyrinth owner takes his side, the balance of the 9th floor will be completely destroyed. No labyrinth has ever taken over an entire floor. Nothing can be more dishonorable than that. I think the balance is already broken. No, we have an advantage if we don't attack first. The Labyrinth of Dreams and Labyrinth of Swamps are good at defense. It's too risky for the Naga Labyrinth to attack the Labyrinth of Wanderers. It's clear they'd be vulnerable to attacks from the Labyrinth of Swamps and Labyrinth of Dreams. If we assume that the Naga King isn't stupid, then we'd end up in an endless deadlock. So, this is our plan. I don't like it. It's not the time to think about your ego, Hecarim. Alright. Then I'll consider your suggestion. It's a shameful day. Arian. Nope. I need more time to think it over. I see you haven't been able to let go of your instincts as a fallen fairy and are thinking of crawling to the feet of someone strong. I should kill you right now. It's nothing like that. Calm down. There's something else bothering me. You're gonna have to tell me what that is. Alright. This is information my girls got by brainwashing some minions from the deeper floors. I hope it's false, but apparently, the deeper floor aristocrats are going to invade a room without mana and guards where I'm restrained only by chains. Who knew the great black merchant group could be this stupid? Are they looking down on me because I lost my arms? Sure, this place may not have mana. However, there's plenty of miasma here. Which means there are lots of corpses in this place. They must have not known that the undead consume miasma. I've recovered enough. Let's get ready to leave since I still have much to do. They probably think that my soul transfer magic comes from the labyrinth of the dead. It's not wrong, however. I've spent an eternity within the labyrinth of the dead, researching the soul transfer magic. Soul fragmentation. Scatter. And in the end, I've figured out a way to use it on my own. Find a body. It's preferable for the body to be fresh. The stronger it is, the better. It'll be perfect if the body also has magic talent. Found one. A Geyserian, huh? It might not be up to my standards, but now isn't the time to be picky. Target acquired. Coordinates set. Separating the soul from the main body. Let's not overdo it and move step by step. I fell asleep waiting for you. Ha, the one who took too long is you. Undead growing to this point is pretty rare, so it fueled my collector's spirit. What would happen if an undead born of a collection of thoughts was to obtain life? Aren't you curious too? You bastard, what nonsense are you speaking? What are you doing? I'm just rewriting the magic array. My soul fragments are starting to gather again. The target coordinates are cut off as well. I can't lose the initiative, the dampness of geyser. Coldness. Pain of the wounds. Stench of blood on a battlefield. Taste of the hunt. What's the point of living if you can't even feel anything? Aren't you curious what an undead with blood flowing and heart beating would be like? Thoughts of this are driving me crazy. A living body has lots of restraints. And no. Stop it. Accept my condolences. My personality doesn't allow me. A soul is bound to the body and is limited by its powers. You won't even be able to learn magic without a talent for it. But most importantly, if you don't undo the bind between the body and the soul, you will be sent to the afterlife. Cancel the soul transfer magic. That is actual death. It's futile. I already hold the initiative. You bastard. You were aiming for this from the start. I can't just sit here and do nothing. I'll drain all the organs. Community life, no fratricide. Necromancy talent. Maximum mana pool. Now. That's enough. Instead of being grateful for being given life, you're asking for too much. Malicious. How far can you go? I'll be keeping my eyes on you in case you become a new protagonist. I hope you will keep me entertained. You bastard. Just what are you? Huff. Was it a success? Did soul transfer magic send me into a living body? Well, nothing can be done about it now that it's happened. I have to figure out my current situation first. Bunch of holes in the wall. Dried plants on the ground. It looks like a living space. My hands are pretty bulky. A young specimen, was it just summoned? Good. It seems I can use magic. What's going on? The amount of mana is too little. I'm struggling to make even a small ice cube. No, wait. A living body will progress through growth. It seems like the keywords took effect, so this place should be a labyrinth. I need to figure out which one it is, so let's look for another life form. Kaik. I can't walk. My lower body feels like my legs. Hold on, could this body be? Hey, newbie. Look at you lazily rolling on the ground as soon as you've summoned. Must be nice, huh? Hey, let me sleep. You didn't buy this whole place, did you? It's rented. Whoa, what is it? What's going on? Are you bothering the newbie again? I'm a first-gen Naga. A super-duper veteran Naga worker. Since we look similar, I was put in charge of the newbie that was summoned late. Second-gen guys aren't here since they are all out in the wastelands as administrators. Being in charge of the newbie is fine. I simply need to show him around the labyrinth, and when the schedule arrives, I just have to work with him to demonstrate how it's done. However, it's my first time seeing a Naga that can't even crawl. I'm getting used to it, little by little. I keep telling you that you aren't supposed to use your arms to crawl. Well, he was just summoned, so he should be fine after a while. I guess so. You gotta get into the groove, moving left and right. There's a rhythm to it. That's what I thought. Oh. Is this the gourmet spot? The flavor is spreading throughout the mouth. I can feel it going down my throat. How strange. But this guy. Arg. My arm. There's a tingling sensation on my skin. It's as if a volcano erupted. Sorry, I just jokingly pinched him, don't worry too much. He's always like that, definitely. Hey. You again. Breathe. I'm telling you to breathe. Inhale, exhale. Inflate your chest. Like that. That's right. Normal. 3 days after the war. Second day in the Naga labyrinth. So. That guy is the worker that was summoned out of nowhere, right? Yes. I was told that he suddenly appeared at the worker dormitory yesterday. He is currently being trained by other workers, but no matter what work he is assigned to, it gets done very clumsily. Actually a worker, huh? Something feels off about his sudden appearance, but since he is labeled as a Naga worker, it should be fine. Try making him do various things first. I'm sure he'll find something that he's good at. Understood. Then, from now on, I'll leave that child to the other workers, right? Let me know if there's anything of note. Should I be happy about this? We were desperate for a new hero class Naga worker, hero, but who would have thought we'd get a hero class worker? Oh, master. We're ready to head out to the labyrinth of hammers and anvils. Rickshaw is on leave. Angela and Draken are waiting with the army. Good. Since we'll need a guide, I'll go see Uther. It shouldn't take long, so take care of the labyrinth as usual. Okay. Lunchtime at the Naga worker dormitory. Good. There seems to be nobody here. It hurts to skip out on an exquisite meal, but there's nothing I can do. Ugh, to think I'd have to kneel down before him, it'll be a stain on my honor. However, I can't do anything about that with my current body. I can't get caught until I regain my strength. Hup. Njitich. Kiek. Even though I have a hero class, it's not possible with just the magic power of a worker. It was fine before since I didn't have any pain receptors, but it stings so much now. My soul has completely settled in this body now. It'll take tens of years to expand my mana pool with traditional methods. Is that the only way? Hey, you. Are you telling me to ride together with mana I've never met before? While the amount of mana is determined at birth, there's no limit to the absorption of miasma, a corrupted energy which is emitted by corpses and the like. In fact, it feels like it wants to be absorbed. The problem is that said miasma is poisonous to living beings. If mana was like fresh food, then miasma would be like waste. To use what should be expelled from the body as its staple source of nutrients is not an easy task. Let's start building up resistance to miasma, absorbing it little by little in amounts that won't kill me and won't be a burden on the body. This isn't possible. Miasma. There is no miasma inside the Naga labyrinth. How is it so healthy? I'm getting nauseated. Oh, there you are. Didn't we decide to eat and then visit the blacksmith? Do you know how much I searched? Hey, senior. Where did you fight when the flood dragons invaded? Huh? How did you know about that? WL. Another senior told me about it. You know, I went up to a flood dragon and bam to his head like this. I heard that other than the giant flood dragon we encountered, all the fighting took place just outside the outer wall of the labyrinth. We haven't seen the outer wall yet, right? Should I show you around? Will I be able to see the corpses of flood dragons? I mean, there's nothing left there, of course. We took the parts we could eat and buried the rest. The fight ended a long time ago. What exactly do you want to do? Do you want to see the remains of the fight or flood dragons? The cemetery. Corpses. I got it, the cemetery, quickly. Senior. Ugh. It's here. Temporary cemetery, authorized Nagas only. Oh. It's not much, but miasma is gathered here. It's perfect for me since I have to consume little amounts at once. This is the place it's stored after being finished off, whether it be from hunting or war. It's like a grave site of the enemy, so not many Nagas come here. It stinks too. Usually, workers are sent here as a punishment. I'll do it. Aren't I the youngest in the Naga labyrinth? All the dirty and hard work should be done by the youngest. If you say so. I'll ask Miss Attendant. They piled the corpses and barely covered them with dirt. No wonder it stinks. Oh. That place seems especially full of miasma. It must be in a decomposing state. Did you really volunteer for this? That's right. We would never do that, Miss Attendant. This guy. That's right. I was the one who decided to do it. Since the number of our personnel has recently risen, our food consumption has increased too, so there will be at least 10 carcasses just from hunting every day. Even transporting them on your own would be hard, let alone burying. No problem. Won't all meat and skin be removed prematurely anyway? This job was meant for a worker like me. I'm sure burying corpses was my destiny all. Well, even Master said this guy'd be able to find work that suits him, so, was he summoned to manage the cemetery? He does look kinda creepy. Alright. If you really want it. I'll excuse you from all the other work, so take care of this place as an undertaker. Of course. Until the day this body breaks down and the soul scatters. You don't have to go that far. This is perfect. I didn't expect things would work out so well. I can focus on gathering miasma and making a chimera to move my soul to. Well, just in case, we'll build a break room nearby, so, mwahaha, mwihi, mwahaha. We picked up a strange one, that's what I told you. Labyrinth of hammers and anvils, blacksmithy. B-boss. There's an emergency report from the scouts. Naga army is heading towards our labyrinth. They're expected to arrive in 2 days. Their numbers? It's about 20 elite Nagas, a dragon, a vampire, and even King of Gluttony Uther are coming. Wait. Were there no humans? Oh, that's right. It was said that there was a Geyserian with them, isn't he just a slave? You fool. To think you'd have no insight as a scout. That person is the Naga Labyrinth owner, human baron of the 9th floor. We figured it out right away. I almost made a huge mistake. Sir Black, Sir Mlack, you are amazing. Ho ho. I expected them to be just emissaries. Who would have thought their leader would come personally? Call everyone. We shall prepare to welcome an aristocrat. That's unexpected. Who would have thought the king of goblins wouldn't be a goblin? Ha! Isn't it the same for you? The human who rules over Nagas. Now I understand how the goblins have developed as they have. It's been a while. King of Gluttony Uther. I ask for understanding as this room was remodeled from an empty storage. I didn't expect you to come to a place like this yourself. Well, this much is good enough. In fact, I would say it's the best labyrinth out of all that I've seen so far. A narrow access road that leads into an endless valley between cliffs. A moat and an outer wall. If you get past that, there's also an inner wall with a tower plus main fortress walls. It'd be hard to break through even if a siege-class flood dragon was brought here. It makes me proud to hear your words. Isn't this a perfect place for a fortress? As you can see, due to our size, even fighting normal beasts isn't easy. So, we decided to build a fortress and work on perfecting our technology. Although finding food may be difficult here, we're somehow coping with that by supplying the black merchant group with quality weaponry. I see, were they quietly improving without others knowing? I thought you were dead since I didn't hear from you. Ha ha ha. I could say the same about you. I can understand why the other labyrinth owners are looking down on them. Since there's no way of knowing what goes on inside the fortress, they just think of these guys as scaredy cats who stay home all day. Even I can't think of a good way to take over this place. It seems like I passed through all the defenses of the fortress. Why did you open your doors to me? Do you have some kind of a backup plan? No. I just had faith. Why would you turn your back on us, who've been on friendly terms with you, when you have other enemies? On top of that, we have many useful technologies to offer. It wouldn't make sense. Even that dumb Anaxtis wouldn't do something like this. Besides, the vampire and Draken. The undefeated aristocrat and the king of gluttony. If we had fought all of you, we would have suffered unimaginable damage. Look there. Our scouts are still scared out of their wits. Anyway. I thank you for taking care of Anaxtis and Valicious who have been like thorns in our side. I did expect to be able to communicate with you, but I didn't think you'd be able to see the big picture. You have to know when to bow your head if you want to live a long life. Then you should know the reason for my visit. I hope that you can give me some more time. Why? I'm sure you wouldn't want to leave a potential enemy behind the front line if you were me. I understand your point. However, due to the desolate lands, being unable to hunt led us to be reliant on the black merchant group. In other words, a significant portion of the labyrinth's maintenance costs depend on the down gem mines. If I become your knight through the contract, I will have to give you 30% of the down gems that are essential for our survival. We're already in a tight spot, so if I were to offer such tributes, our labyrinth would collapse before the war even. Wait. You must be misunderstanding something. When did I ever tell you to become my knight? If I were to make someone I had just met into a knight, how much loyalty would they show? So you didn't come here for that? Then what for? I don't take just anyone as my knight. The difference in our status and power is obvious, but instead of making us submit, you want to form an alliance. And without any conditions. You have already given plenty to me. When I became an aristocrat, I received envoys from the labyrinths of the 9th floor. All they brought were simple words of congratulations. But even that was just a pretense, as they were busy spying on my labyrinth. The labyrinth is smaller than we thought. The only exception were the envoys from the labyrinth of hammers and anvils. Despite having a hard time keeping up with the maintenance costs, you brought us a chest full of down gems, as well as a map of the 9th floor with the locations of the labyrinths and information on their current situations. I recruited units with the down gems you provided, and made plans with the help of your map and information, which resulted in my victory against Malicious. It's no different from having fought together already. If anything, I would want to reward you instead of taking from you. You are indeed different from those flood dragons and undead bastards. It makes me want to swear loyalty to you. Black. Bring the things in. Ho, this is equipment made from an alloy of abyssal dark iron and adamantite. From what I heard, you end up breaking your sword every time you fight, so I had it prepared. It might not be as hard since it's not made from pure adamantium, but there shouldn't be anyone who could scratch it aside from aristocrats of the abyss. After all, the best blacksmiths from our labyrinth got together to create it. Ha ha ha. This is praiseworthy. It was annoying to look for a new weapon all the time. Is it really okay to accept this? I originally wanted to bring it out as a bargaining chip, but that ended up being unnecessary. It will be the symbol of the alliance between the Naga Labyrinth, and the Labyrinth of Hammers and Anvils. Earlier, I wouldn't have thought to venture out from this valley, but I'm also a labyrinth owner. Someone who lives dreaming big. I can't keep myself cooped up here all the time. I am confident that now is the best time to see the world. I'm prepared to leave my name beside the Barons in the list of achievements. Of course. I promise you eternal prosperity, my friend. Let's have a feast today. Yeah. Why did he even call me? Because it feels empty without you here. What nonsense is that? The alliance between the Labyrinth of Hammers and Anvils, the Naga Labyrinth, and the Labyrinth of Gluttony was successfully formed, and publicly announced. Before returning, Kim Jin-woo managed to learn the details about the Labyrinth of Hammers and Anvils. Even if we are allies, you are the commander, Baron, so it would be best to make my capabilities known early. It's a sign of trust. Labyrinth rank, 5, size of the army, 600. Number of hero class units, 2, all except Malaxis are goblins, and what's unusual is that they don't have set jobs such as workers or warriors. All troops work in 3 shifts defending the labyrinth, hunting, mining, building, doing other chores, and resting. When they gear up for battle, they all wear the equipment they created themselves, they're all in full plate armor, which makes them all look unique. Although there are goblins who can use magic, long-distance attacks are mainly based on the use of gunpowder cannons. The reason that guns haven't been developed is probably that they wouldn't be very useful against beasts. It felt more like a medieval castle than a labyrinth. Maybe I should ask them to help with maintenance of our walls next time. You must have taken a liking to Malaxis, huh? He was easier to communicate with than I had expected. The fact that he's a humanoid and not a beast also helped. Are there any news of the other labyrinths? There hasn't been any special movements yet. They're more relaxed than I thought. Should I focus on internal affairs for now? My king. Speak up. What's the problem? There are envoys at the gate waiting for your permission to enter. What labyrinth did they come from? About that. They say they represent the labyrinths of dreams, wanderers, and swamps. The Naga labyrinth owner and a baron of Geyser. We are honored to see you. State the purpose of your visit, envoys. If you're here because of the Labyrinth Alliance, leave immediately. Oh, my. There is no way we would waste the Baron's time on such a minor issue. We came as the representatives of the Labyrinth of Dreams, the Labyrinth of Wanderers, and the Labyrinth of Swamps. While our masters admire your feats, Baron, they are also cautious that you might point your sword at them next. Therefore, we ask all the labyrinth owners of the 9th floor, to gather for a round-table conference. A meeting? A meeting, you say? All owners of the 9th floor labyrinth gathering together? Yes, there's an important matter that will decide the fate of the 9th floor. Isn't this too obvious to be a trap? I understand your caution. If it were a trap, we wouldn't have revealed the names of the 3 labyrinths. Given the intimidating appearance of our Naga labyrinth, it's natural for the labyrinth owners to be apprehensive and guarded. In fact, our 3 owners were also looking for ways to counter the Naga labyrinth. At least, until this new issue arose. It seems the rumor that I hate beating around the bush hasn't spread. My apologies, Mr. Ixaja. I told you not to call me that. The meeting will be held in a month, near the swamp labyrinth located at the heart of all labyrinths. The exact location is here. The topic of this meeting is, the invasion of the 9th floor by the 10th floor aristocratic alliance. I've confirmed that the envoys have peacefully left our territory. Good work. Do another round, just in case. Yes, Your Majesty. It's only been a week since the war ended, and they're already not giving us a break. But still, an invasion from the deep layers. Even during the Great War, those people didn't move directly. Now these aristocrats, what's their motive for coming now? It's such an absurd story. Could it be a trap to ensnare you, my lord? Of course, that seems the most plausible. But if, by any chance, it turns out to be true, regret won't be the end of it. Better to be fooled by the fools of the 9th floor than to be caught off guard by the aristocrats. So, you will attend the meeting? Yes, I have to. But before that. The black merchant is still in the barren wasteland, right? Yes. They are occupying the ruins of the Dead's Labyrinth for reconstruction by black merchants. I'll make a quick visit. Maybe I'll find something useful there. What about your lieutenant? It's fine. I'll go alone. A few days later, at the ruins of the Dead's Labyrinth in the barren wasteland. Lord Baron, how have you been? You look surprised to see me here. No, not at all. You are our top customer from the 9th floor, what's going on here? Did we do something wrong? We are a surveillance station, so what can we do wrong? You disappeared after the war and now you're here. What are you doing? As you can see, we're constructing the labyrinth. Unlike the dragon labyrinth, the labyrinth itself has vanished, so the loss is significant. Then why don't you work on the dragon labyrinth? Are you saying you would allow another labyrinth to enter the dragon labyrinth? No, absolutely not. That's why we're building a new labyrinth from scratch. Someone might think it's my fault. What will happen after the labyrinth is completed? Is Valerius coming back? It's confirmed that a new labyrinth will be established, but it won't be Valerius. How do you know that? Well, I was the one who disposed of his body. This guy's arms grew out. You sure he is dead? Is he sleeping? How can you tell if an undead is dead in the first place? So, he's dead. Seems like piecing together a body that's been split in half doesn't heal it. But what a shame, I'm not too keen on having another labyrinth here. No. That can't be, Lord. I thought our negotiations were already concluded. I'm not sure what you're talking about. My only deal was to hand over Valerius and the core of the Dead's labyrinth. Both were given in a completely destroyed state. Well, even so, there's no need to worry for now. For the time being, there won't be any labyrinth coming here. Because Valerius is dead? That's part of it, but as you can see, the core of the Dead's labyrinth is in a near-death state. Most of the budget on-site is being used for the core's repairs. To safely extract the labyrinth core, some of the core's internal energy has to be sacrificed. However, the core of the Dead's labyrinth was forcefully extracted while its energy was depleted. Resulting in its near-death state. What happens if it's forcibly extracted again? Destroyed. Oh, well, look at that. It's really true. What are you doing? Just checking it out casually. I'm doomed. I'll be killed. Oh, my brother. Calm down. How can I calm down? This is a disaster. Look at you, even speaking rudely to me now. Does that matter? We're doomed anyway. If a labyrinth is brought here, wouldn't that solve the problem? Oh, you think labyrinths just pop up if you dig the ground? There is one. On the 8th floor. Is that really true? The chief of the giant mother boar tribe on the 8th floor is preparing to move to the 9th floor. If those guys come here to live, wouldn't that solve the problem? That's not as simple as you think. Are you being obtuse? Sigh, then a spot in the 8th floor labyrinth will be vacant. The point is not about bringing a labyrinth here, it's that we're running out of labyrinth cores. Is the labyrinth core such a precious resource? What can I say? Even our black merchant doesn't know how labyrinth cores are made. The only thing we've figured out. Labyrinth core seeds suddenly appear in places like abandoned labyrinths. They're only the size of my thumb. Hidden in places like altars, seeking an owner. Once they find a labyrinth owner and the labyrinth reaches level 3, only then do they show their true form. So this is such a valuable thing. It's almost like having a whole labyrinth in my hands. Why do you have it, Baron? Maybe it just appeared out of nowhere. I'm not too bright to understand these things. As expected from the Baron, I respect. If you had something prepared, you should have just said so. I never said I'd give it. But then, Black Merchant would have to claim damages for the destruction of the labyrinth core. Looks like you'll be held accountable and punished too. Tell your successor about it before you die. I guess I need to prepare for negotiation. Wait a moment. If we have that labyrinth seed, even moving those pigs on the 8th floor won't be a problem. It doesn't add up. Exchanging the broken labyrinth core for a new labyrinth seed, right? And as a bonus. Oh my. Good heavens. Your life is in the palm of my hand, isn't it? I wonder what would happen if a parasite absorbs a labyrinth. Okay, I get it. What do you want exactly? What could come out of shaking down a low-level thug of Black Merchant? Well, for starters, how about some information? I've heard some strange rumors lately. Like, the nobles of the 10th floor are preparing to attack the 9th floor, right? Who said that? The nobles of the 10th floor. Do you know their names or anything? I'm the one asking the questions. It's probably just a rumor. Those dimwits wouldn't be the ones to initiate a war. What? Dimwits? Talking about the nobles like that doesn't sound like something you'd say. Since you have ears, come closer. This should be far enough. To get straight to the point. The 10th floor is a mess. Except for a few, they're all useless. What? Those nobles have long lost their fighting spirit. In the past, there were battles almost every day, but now, they seem to be competing over who can build the grandest palace rather than showing off their power. So, the envoys were really lying, for labyrinth owners to come together and set such a clumsy trap. However, if there was external pressure, it wouldn't be entirely impossible. What do you mean? Most of the nobles of the 10th floor serve someone. If anyone hears this, I won't die a good death. Th floor. Count Parthi of Despair. A name I'm hearing for the first time. Is he related to this incident? Yes, that's because, he's the longtime nemesis of Count Anatolius. Wait, so how does that relate to the 9th floor? No, what I mean is, what does this have to do with the 9th floor? Anatolius's archenemy or whatever, he's irrelevant here, isn't he? Yes. But you see, my lord. Why? Do I look like Anatolius to you? Of course not. I know that. There might be a noble's insignia and some sponsorship, but it was one-sided. The problem is, from others' perspective, it doesn't seem that way. What nonsense is that? My lord, the rumors about you and the labyrinth are more widespread than you think. Not just the lower and deeper levels, but even the nobles of the higher levels are talking about it. In just 3 months after the labyrinth's emergence, you defeated the Dragon King who reigned since before the Great War and boldly claimed a noble's title. It's an interesting tale but also too unrealistic. Unrealistic or not, it's all true and already happened. Of course, I know. I was an official observer. The ground not crumbling, or blood emblems popping out. When the Dragon King burst out, it was like Crea, the story is leaking out. Anyway, the issue is after all these events, Anatolius himself visited the labyrinth. And then? He defeated Belicius just a few months later. What would Count Parthenon think? That my life and death struggle was all thanks to Anatolius's contribution? Yes, well, it's the only explanation for such achievements. Behind the success story of the labyrinth lies the support of Count Anatolius, the Iron Giant of the 11th floor. At least in the deeper levels, this is how the rumor spread. Thanks to that, the forces in the deep levels hostile to Anatolius have naturally started keeping an eye on the labyrinth and my lord. So, Anatolius and Parthenon are fighting on the 11th floor. Yes. And the 10th floor's nobles are filled with enemies of Anatolius. Exactly. And these 10th floor nobles think I'm a subordinate of Anatolius and are preparing to destroy me. You've understood perfectly. Those iron golems really make things complicated. This is no time to be worrying about the 9th floor labyrinth. Well, there are 2 pieces of good news. Tell me. First, aside from the Naga labyrinth, we found no evidence of Count Anatolius's presence in any other 9th floor labyrinths. Other labyrinth reconnaissance teams were eliminated while moving. Rikshashasha almost died then. The other labyrinths on the 9th floor only know that something came up from the deep levels. Thanks to that, even though they're aware of the deep levels preparing for war, they don't know that the Naga labyrinth is the target. They must think it's interlevel invasion. And the second? I'm not sure if this is good news for you, my lord. After this recent war of the Necromancer Kings, Count Anatolius seems to have decided to officially support you. He's doing whatever he pleases. Support materials appear to have left from the 11th floor, but it'll take a few weeks at the earliest. We need to quietly slip out of the 10th floor. No, something is still missing. What? Why? Ignoring the fact that I destroyed the labyrinth of the dead. I helped the 8th floor labyrinth with the demon. And provided all the information about the deep levels. You said your life depended on it. It's my life on the line too. Should I strip off this old man's rags? I have nothing more to pay. Do merchants still trade on the 10th floor? Yes. Well, that's our job. The person in charge is different. Let me be part of it too. If you insist. Let me join the trade expedition to the 10th floor. I want to see for myself. What? You're joining the black merchants' trade expedition to the 10th floor? Yes. In a week. Knowing who we're dealing with makes it easier to prepare. That's dangerous, Master. There's nowhere in the underworld that isn't dangerous. Don't worry. I'll join as a mercenary escort. There's an unspoken rule in the underworld not to openly attack black merchants' expeditions. That's why, unlike the 9th floor's covert merchants, we bring mercenaries. From wild beasts that see through any shoddy concealment skills, to bands of thieves and mercenaries scattered without labyrinths. Is the black merchant so incompetent to be robbed or assaulted? Of course, they'll be well prepared on their end. It's just a precaution, that's good enough for me. Master, it's undoubtedly necessary to scout the deep levels, but I think it's not good for the labyrinth's owner to be constantly exposed to danger. If a subordinate dies, you can replace them, but if the labyrinth's owner dies, it's over. I can go in your place, my subordinates are not expendable. Rikshashasha, you too. Enough. It's already decided. The labyrinth's owner is too involved in frontline activities. I thought I'd overcome the power players of the 9th floor, but now the nobles are targeting me. If I don't prepare to face death, I won't survive. It's always been like that, and it will continue to be. Like with Enactus, the labyrinth might level up at a critical moment, or like with Belicious, reinforcements might arrive at the right time, or an ally might grow stronger, nothing is certain. I can't leave every battle to chance. Master, let's end the conversation here. I'll be in my private room. Don't look for me unless it's important. I understand their worries. No matter how strong I make the labyrinth, if I die, it's all over. But there's a big difference between confronting enemies directly and hearing about them through stories. It's a necessary task. Moreover, every time I defeat an enemy, a stronger one appears. When fighting Belicious, my sword didn't penetrate. I need to find a way to become stronger. There might be clues in the deep levels. I guess I'm getting impatient too, Master. Didn't I clearly say not to look for me? Ah, Draken. What's the matter? Quintus has sent a mercenary asking for you. Ever since the fight with Belicious, they've been coming day after day. I thought I told you to send them away. That is. A hero-class mercenary has arrived. What? At the Naga Labyrinth Plaza. I am Balzac, the wandering knight of the underworld. I have come to pay homage to the commander of legends and the owner of the Naga Labyrinth. Admiring your great acts, I crossed forests and swamps, journeying from the deep levels to reach here, only to be told to leave. Is this really how the legendary commander welcomes a guest? So, your purpose of visiting is, a duel. Which knight in the world would wish to serve someone weaker than themselves? It's your attitude that's the problem. You appear to be a warrior too, how can you not understand this sentiment? I understand, but there should be a distinction between personal and official matters, shouldn't there? Are you even truly a knight? Claiming to be a knight, yet I don't see a single steed. That's because, there are circumstances. What a commotion. Oh, mighty king. Ah, you're the legendary commander. You're smaller than I imagined. I challenge you to a duel. If I win, I will serve as your sword. Enough, Quintus, I'll handle this. Parasite measures the opponent's strength. Definitely hero class. His specs seem equal or slightly stronger than Quintus. Your master is broader-minded than you, it seems. This ragged knight, weaker than Draken. So, what brings you here? I heard there's a commander of legends on the 9th floor. I wanted to experience the might that matches the fame firsthand by sparring, a spar, huh? So, what's your real purpose for visiting? I heard about the legendary commander on the 9th floor, I'm asking what your real motive is. I want to have a duel, am I looking that stupid, or are you just being foolish? Fame, a duel, those are good excuses. But if you're going to lie, at least change your armor before coming here. What is a soldier of Anatolius doing here? Don't even mention the name of that damned scoundrel. Don't you dare mention that damned guy's name. Beastkin, a bull, perhaps. That reaction is unexpected. Such disrespect towards your master. Aren't you afraid of what's to come? You mean my former master, right? I was indeed a part of his Iron Blood Knights before coming here. Were you kicked out? Ha! As if. I left on my own. Why? I just hate Anatolius. I despise him. Hate him? Ha! You're underestimating me. That's not my intention, joining a baron's domain on the 9th floor, not even the 10th, after leaving the Count's Iron Blood Knights. Just because you hate Anatolius? And you expect me to believe that? It's all true. I know the 10th floor is filled with Anatolius's enemies. If I really hated him, I would have joined them. The people on the 10th floor are. The Count went through the 10th floor alone and climbed up to the 9th just to talk to me. At first, I thought some old man was out for a stroll, with nothing better to do. But now I understand that damned stroll was his scheme to completely strip me of my choices. Anatolius easily letting go of a valuable hero-level subordinate like you. Valuable subordinate, you misunderstand me. He's meticulous, true, a ruler in his own right. But a valuable hero level? To him, I was nothing. The conversation is getting long, and my murderous intent is rising. If we talk more, it won't just be a duel but a slaughter. I don't want to talk anymore. Put aside the trivial matters and accept my challenge, Commander of the Victorious. You won't reveal your purpose to the end. My aim is to witness the power of the Commander of the Victorious myself. The Commander of the Victorious I know isn't a man of many words. With all these annoying matters already giving me a headache, some random guy suddenly challenges me, talking about commanders and duels. Fine. I'll face you. Finally, you understand, but even if I win, you won't become my sword. I tend to nip potential dangers in the bud. This isn't a duel, it's an execution. Die, bearing your secrets. Attacking instead of defending in this situation with a halberd? That's unfortunate. Putting aside the poor judgment, not even reacting to the attack. I should have interrogated instead of killing. Headless? How is this possible? So the title, Commander of the Victorious, wasn't a lie. I just blinked and I was staring into thin air. I saw nothing. Seems like I really won't be able to win. But, I can't just submit disgracefully without showing anything. I will attack with all my might. Paying my respects to the commander's power. You, horned rat. If it's not too much trouble, could you turn my head, towards where my body is, anywhere is fine. Just when the duel was starting, I can't show such disgrace. Oh. I don't know who you are, but thank you. Familiar life signs, huh? Still causing trouble while just saying what suits you. Long time no see, Balzac. Ah, Lady Angela. Dullahan? Yes. Balzac is an upper-level undead Dullahan. And yes, everything Balzac mentioned earlier is true. So he really left Anatolia's floor and the labyrinth? How much do you know about Dullahan, master? I know they sometimes appear in the lower and deeper floors. They always appear with an undead mount, and unlike normal undead, they have self-consciousness like Belicious. They do have consciousness, but they are different from Belicious. Belicious is a new entity formed from wandering souls, whereas Dullahan retains the same soul and body from their lifetime. The only difference from their lifetime is that mana flows instead of blood. So, what, if they drop dead in battle and then get up again, that's a Dullahan. But there are conditions. I should have been decapitated and extinguished. I was a knight skilled in handling mounts. Lastly, to endlessly loathe the one who killed me. Wait, then, Anatolius is the one who killed me. I was just a member of a mercenary group made up of beast men, active in the deep levels. Though not as famous as Crosto's invincible mercenaries, we were good enough to survive and feed ourselves. Like any mercenary group, we rested in our employer's labyrinth when hired, and when not, we roamed the surface, taking breaks in abandoned labyrinths. I should never have. Our mercenary leader was chosen by the labyrinth. The leader, upon appointing me as the new head of the mercenaries, tried to send us away. We refused, as we were like family. Despair filled his face. Wait, isn't becoming the labyrinth's master a cause for celebration? We were not ignorant beasts, but a mercenary group. Haven't you, Baron, experienced how a newborn labyrinth is treated? You're talking about hunting newborn labyrinths. Right. They wait until a new labyrinth fattens up before devouring it. My former king was wise. He knew if we strengthened the labyrinth, nearby ones would notice. We left the labyrinth idle while scraping together every dawn gem we could find. There was no other way. After years of mercenary work, we amassed more dawn gems than could fill the owner's room, and then started rapidly upgrading the labyrinth's rank. Labyrinth leveling takes time, of course. We naturally drew our troops and defended with all our might, and the result was successful. With rapid labyrinth leveling in countless troops, we repelled every attack. Within about a year, we achieved the feat of reaching level 7 with our labyrinth. Our story of successfully defending and rapidly strengthening despite being a newborn labyrinth began to spread far and wide, just like yours now, Baron. Haha. Those were really enjoyable times. I felt like I had become something. Maybe I could have received a title and become a noble of the 11th floor. I thought I could become a noble's knight instead of a wild beast-riding hunter. Yes, back then, we were acknowledged by the surrounding labyrinths. We were over-acknowledged. Anatolius himself marched in. Hey, Balzac. What is it, Chief? Come on, you're the chief now, right? How long will you keep calling me that? Who wants to be a bothersome mercenary chief? I clearly refused. I'm a maze master, not some common mercenary. I'm a being of a different class. Jokes in this situation. You were so against it at first. Scared? Of course, who wouldn't be? Look at that giant, taking 300 steps in one stride. I've never seen anything like it. True. My legs are shaking too. It's fine. We've climbed steadily so far. It's just a slightly higher step. Could be easier than it looks. You always have a garden in your head. So what's better than just sitting scared? A garden, not a bad idea. Shall we start then? Everyone, listen. Our enemy is the Iron Giant Count Anatolius and his 100 knights. No need to fear. We are not a weak, new maze. We are not mere backup mercenaries. With thousands of battle-hardened comrades, we cannot lose. This is our final hurdle, the gate to our maze's peace. To glorious death. To glorious sacrifice. To glorious victory. Who am I? Victory Commander. Victory Commander. Victory Commander. Victory Commander. All troops. Charge. Master. Lieutenant Hestia, Hero+++. Pitiful beings. Yet, there's a noble simplicity in their foolishness. Show respect. Knights, prepare for impact. Truly. Regrettable. This is, I've never seen anything like this. Balzac. Play dead with these guys. I'll be the wall. Sorry, didn't expect this much. Take good care of the mercenary band. All our years of work. Did we survive? Limbs are still attached. Broken bones, a small mercy, ugh. Luckily, still alive, but badly injured. We need to gather our comrades and escape before they reach us. Master, the Maze Master is dead, but several survivors unaffected by dissolution are confirmed. Mercenaries. Show them mercy. What is this? What are you doing? Karg. Stop it. This is. How is this mercy? There's a survivor. Let's have a talk. Anatolius. With such power, why are you so desperate to destroy this small labyrinth? There's nothing here, no dawn gem, no precious relics. Is crushing the weak your idea of entertainment, Count? I only paid respects. What? The desire to fight and the burning spirit were yours. You made the choice. I merely respected your decision. Nonsense. Don't dress up your misdeeds as something noble. I came here to talk. Or rather, I had come to talk. I admire potential. I cherish possibility. Whether it's a wanderer with a stubborn skull, or a maze master, I don't discriminate. Then what is the meaning of this massacre? I guess you were below the standard from the start. I had some expectations for the Victory Commander. But a foolish pack that shows its fangs to anyone without gauging itself, sooner or later, such a weak labyrinth was doomed to suffer and vanish. I have simply compressed and ended its misery in a moment. Poor, insignificant creature, this is the grand mercy I bestow upon you. I allow it. Be grateful for my mercy. Thankful. So you're saying that you came all the way here with hero rank knights just to chat, and after seeing that we had our weapons at the ready, you decided, what? To respect our will to fight? To be polite? You evaporated thousands of soldiers who were protecting the labyrinth, and you have the audacity to say that we were gonna die anyway, so you just did us a favor? Mercy. Being thankful. Are you hearing yourself? All right. Take this, as my gratitude. Letting your emotions rule you is not courage. It is foolishness. We always hear that same monologue from survivors. Yes, it was rather boring. On top of that, this labyrinth was just a gathering of beasts. I would like to experience something new. Yeah. I'm sure we're nothing more than a pack of mere beasts to you. I have no doubt that a bunch of weaklings who gathered together, laughing and crying with each other, trying to survive in this damned geyser. Looks like nothing more than a colony of ants fighting for their lives. We're just some inferior beasts to you, oh so great Count. Anatolius. My resentment toward you will be eternal. Only the strong survive in geyser. You should have simply accepted your fate. Instead, you have returned from the dead, driven by pure rage. Nothing will change. Anatolius. Unutulius. Ho. That is quite interesting. I apologize. It happened so suddenly that I couldn't react in time. Do not concern yourself, Hestia. I didn't expect him to rise as an undead to attack. He has already died once, but he still doesn't care about the power gap. I will take care of him. Wait, Hestia. There have been countless foes who charged at me fueled by rage. This, however, has never happened before. Dullahans feed on hatred, yet most do not accomplish their goal of revenge. Instead, they turn their arrow of resentment at whatever they see. Yes, I heard that they lose their minds in the process too. Take him in as a knight and train him. Master. He has caught my interest. If the target of his hatred is always by him, I assume he will not go insane as long as he does not give up on revenge. Let us see when this beast will change his mind. Yes, Master. We have earned quite the interesting loot. Wait, so, you just joined him as a knight? Without fighting more? Of course not. I woke up in his labyrinth and caused a whole ruckus. All I could think of was to somehow harm him. So. I couldn't even win against his weakest knight, let alone harm him. No way. You're still a hero rank. Anatolius's steel-blood knights are all either hero rank or above. What? That's just, there's no solution to this. That's a lot more serious than I ever expected. Not 10 hero rank knights but 100. Anatolius is way too strong even on his own. Can I tell the rest of the story? Go on. There's nothing special after that. It was a vicious circle of me resisting getting beaten up. As my will to fight started to die down, the Count's adjutant Hestia tried to persuade me. Why is it so hard for you to know your place? You foolish beast. No matter how much you struggle, you will not even leave a scratch on Master. Don't you know how to think? Your stupidity makes me sick. It was your head that fell off, not your brain. You idiot. Did your brain rot because you became an undead? You're worse than a mindless microorganism. This is the Count's last message. He suggests that you try to get stronger instead. I guess it wasn't really a persuasion. She was just relaying the Count's message to me. My head would have probably rolled had I rejected that offer. Ah. By the way, I meant that as a metaphor. As you can see, I can detach my head without any problem. You don't need to explain that. Why did you have to make such a big deal out of everything by hiding your identity? Because I heard that the Baron fought an army of the undead recently. I'm also an undead, so I thought he might not like me. An undead is better than someone who just shows up and demands a duel. That's my bad. Alright. I get your situation. It was a bit dragged out, but that was valuable information. Although I could have gotten it from Angela. I guess I should reward you for it. Let's go to the training hall. Training hall. You said you wanted a duel. Damaging the plaza any more than we already have will be rude to the workers. I also need to figure out how strong my new subordinate is. I see. I'll give my everything this time. Naga training maze. Aren't you going to draw your weapon? Although you are undead, you should avoid fatal wounds. Ha! Bare-handed. Seems like you're underestimating me, but it won't be as easy as before. I'll go at full strength. That's exactly what I wanted. Indeed, it wasn't just me who wasn't using full strength. I never thought I'd last only 10 seconds. It's regrettable that I couldn't exert my original power due to the lack of a horse, but I'll admit defeat. Are you saying you become stronger with a horse? Of course. I am not an infantryman but a knight. A knight must indeed fight on horseback. Did Anatolius not even provide a single horse or beast when he enlisted you into the Knight Order? He tried, but there was a problem. It's because I'm a Dullahan. For some reason, Dullahans can't mount living beings. As soon as I go on top of it, it collapses. Quite an absurd story. Undead mounts, that's problematic. Walking undead can be found if you look for them, but I've never even seen a four-legged undead beast. Such uncivilized creatures. Making a spectral horse is easier than picking your nose. If the black merchant had kept Valicious alive, there would have been a way, either through threats or something. It's a pity. This woman has a good eye for people. Of course, I wouldn't help even if I came back to life. Even if he were here, it wouldn't make much difference. Sure, the undead horde he led was overwhelming, but his skills in creating chimeras were terrible. The chimeras he made were essentially just corpses that were revived a bit more meticulously. Mostly they retained their form from when they were alive. The most he did in terms of modification was swapping the head of the Dragon King that Uther was dealing with. As if such a guy could create a four-legged undead beast without even an original form. That's nonsense. In other words, his reputation regarding chimeras is somewhat inflated. He was smart in his own way but inept in terms of abilities. He maintained the original form because there was no better material than the original. Ignorant human. Knowing nothing about undead. If he manages to create an undead mount, then I'll bow down to him. For now, I'll also inquire about undead mounts just in case. Alright. I'll make you bow down. Worried about what trouble she'll cause again. It should be fine. Now it eats well, breathes well, and moves around well, right? It's not like it's causing accidents by breaking things like an idiot, except for doing things that harm itself. It doesn't seem to cause any trouble, right? Right. It's quiet. But still. What are you talking about? Ah, Pinky, is it your break? Want something to eat? No, it's mealtime, so I have to go back to work later. But, what are you talking about? You haven't met it yet. You got a junior, only one though, really? Where is it? That's at the burial site. What? With whom? Alone. What? Hey, as a senior, you shouldn't be pushing the newbie around like that. No, you misunderstand, it volunteered, still, for a senior like Naga to say that. How could you leave it alone in that dreadful place? How long has it been since you sent it there? About a week. Oh my. Your sense of smell must have been paralyzed and more. You might have even collapsed. No. I'll go check on it quickly. I can't lose my only junior. Well, it should be okay. Seeing for themselves and understanding will be faster than explaining with words. Right, what could go wrong? Ugh, why do we have to be treated like the bad guys? How could you seniors do something so harsh? To be at that dreadful burial site for a week, it might already be too late. When I was first born, if only I had been taken care of so well. Of course, I am the prettiest and most beautiful Naga. Could this be my fault? Did the newbie take on all the work alone because I'm pretty? Ah! My lord! King of the Nagas! Forgive me for my many sins. Burial site entry inside is strictly prohibited without permission. Did I come to the wrong place? It's clearly marked as the burial site. The reason there hasn't been a terrible smell nearby recently must be because of the door. So, inside the door is a sealed space. They might have suffocated. Are you okay? Are you alive? I've come to save you. What is this place? Is this really that burial site from before? The piles of bodies that were just thrown and covered with dirt are gone. There's no foul smell. Buried with care according to the time of death and race, Horned Rabbit 57, corruption level is medium, High Dragon Soldier 57/17th bone and exoskeleton. Did you do all this alone? There was no such building before. So, that child is my junior, are they taking a break? This is problematic. I have plenty of materials for cultivation. I can make one in no time. The problem is this body of mine. What is he talking about? In a week, the body has somewhat adapted to the organs. When cultivating, I'm not yet confident the body can withstand the strain. After accepting his situation for a week and working hard, he has already reached his limit, worried about collapsing because the body can't handle it. Well, I need to build up my proficiency with this body anyway. If I proceed with utmost care, there shouldn't be a problem. To have accomplished so much on his own. What are some good ingredients? I think there were fragments of the body with blood tags in relatively intact condition, knowing his body is at its limit but still trying to do something for the maze. Impressive, though a junior, I've come to admire him, that fire, pale skin, a body toughened by hard labor. Different from the seniors who just hang around taverns all day. Alright, I've decided. If this goes on, that child will collapse. Working together, will surely be twice as comfortable. Besides, this place is the most dreaded burial site in the Naga maze, we'll be able to work together for a long time. Junior. Cute me has come to help. Who the hell are, let's work together in our cozy little way. I'm pretty sure I said I'll manage the cemetery on my own. It's okay. You don't need to burden yourself like that. I'll help you. No. I'm doing this because I want to. You were taking on such a challenge on your own, but you're still putting another Naga before yourself. I think you're severely misunder, don't worry. I came here because I wanted to. No Naga will scold you for accepting my help. Stop. I've already said I don't need help. Before anything else, this cemetery is my little private area. I'm sure you have other duties to fulfill, yet you want to abandon them to come and help me? Do you intend to ignore the rules of the labyrinth? Despite the situation he's in, he's worrying about me breaking the regulations of the labyrinth. How can such a Naga exist? If you understand, then get out. I'm very busy. Of course, you are. It's because you're managing this huge cemetery all on your own. But don't worry. The Naga attendant knows that the cemetery is in a bad state. She'll be understanding if I just talk to her about it. What? I'll go get permission. Wait. Hold on just a bit longer. What the heck is up with that crazy Naga? I just finished preparing for my training. 3 times a day, I need to meditate in a room filled with miasma after my meals. Beginner miasma stone chamber, intermediate miasma stone chamber, advanced miasma stone chamber, corpse sorting workroom, cemetery for bigger species, miasma deepening process, resident storage, underground chimera workroom, cemetery entrance. I can't skip even a day because my goal is to transform the body, not to build miasma. Considering the Naga attendant's personality, I'm sure she'll give that crazy pink Naga permission to work here. Should I leave half of the cemetery for her to work on? Oki, work hard. Thank you. No, she doesn't seem like an efficient worker at all. Wait, is her goal perhaps, to watch me? There's no way I've already been caught. They must be suspicious of me then. Should I kill her? If I put her in a room full of miasma, she'll pass out within 10 minutes, no, it's dangerous. I'm sure it'll be even more suspicious if the one keeping an eye on me dies. I'll seal the rooms with the highest amounts of miasma and dig a secret path to the chimera workroom. Residence, underground chimera workroom. I need to get that done today. The next day at 8 a.m. take this, newbie. I've been ordered to help you out in the cemetery starting today. Exempted from all other tasks, I am to work here at the cemetery. With you. W will share the same, H house too. Kya. Don't stare at me like that. It's still early in the morning. I'm sure you heard the conditions from the Naga attendant. Yes. It doesn't matter who the senior is. Order in the cemetery is different. There is also 1 hour of undisturbed private time after meals. The private time is the most important thing. We must not invade each other's territories and talk to each other. Keep that in mind. Of course. We're both in our prime, after all. Hee hee. She's so casual about this. Damn Naga labyrinth spy. He's staring at me. I'll give you the hardest work there is. I'm sure she'll leave on her own if it's too hard. Hee hee hee, now begins the fun work. You're prepared, I hope. It'll be even better if she dies from overworking herself. He's starting a hard day's work with a smile. He's so cool. Amazing. Yes. I'll do my best. This is all. Byproducts of today's breakfast. Keep all of the useful parts and bury the rest. We need to make sure it's done before lunchtime. It's still not too late though. You can give up. You've been doing hard labor like this all on your own. Well, yes. I'll do my best. I can do it. Okay. I can do it. Then, let's get started, I guess. She's full of energy. Although it's probably only for now. 1 hour later. 2 hours later. 3 hours later. Phew, we did it all before lunch. Yes, good work. She's better than I expected. I thought she'd give up before lunch. They must have sent an elite since the goal is to keep an eye on me. She's good at working too, damn it. Gloomy. I brought lunch. For some reason, there are 2 Nagas worth of. WHY is Pinky here? It's for 2 Nagas because there are 2 Nagas here. Ah. Demi. Thank you for the hard work. Pinky, working here. Yes. I live here too now. Demi. I'm sorry. I had no choice. I just did as my heart led. Alright, I won't try to stop you. You left me, but as long as you're happy. Make her happy. If you ever make Pinky cry, I won't forgive you. I loved you. Be happy. Please don't forget about me. Demi. What the fuck? They've lost their minds. No, this must be their plan to make me let my guard down. I almost fell for it. They intend to ambush me while I'm carelessly absorbing my asthma. I'll find out every single thing about you all. I have no such thing as a weak spot. I'll be the one watching you. Private time after lunch. Beginner miasma stone chamber bar bartender. Make it strong. Ugh, where is she? She's erased her presence from the cemetery. You've adjusted? Really? Hee hee. I'll need to use half of the collected miasma too. Nothing happened. 3 days later in the outskirts of the Naga Labyrinth territory. I think this every time, but the Naga Labyrinth sure is unique. No, I guess it'd be more accurate to say that you're the unique one. Why do you think that? Well, you're always doing things on your own. I'm small in stature. Being large like the Flood Dragon King would attract a lot of attention. An undead like Valicious. Well, undeads are always in groups. That's not really how I meant it, but, well, I'm sure it's fine. We're almost there. Ah, there's the 10th floor's merchant. Undefeated Baron, welcome. Explain this. She's, undefeated Baron, there is a necessary procedure before we go to the 10th floor. Procedure? I wasn't told anything about this. You must, sign this. She's your fan. Kim Jin-woo. I thought the Black Merchant Group was just full of suspicious imps like you. I wasn't expecting a demon. Yeah, well. I understand why you would think that. In fact, imps were in charge of the abyss floors until a few years ago. Why did it change? Because all of our merchants kept dying on the abyss floors. It doesn't matter if an imp dies since there are so many of them, but loss of our items is something we cannot look past. Now I have to work my ass off here thanks to those greedy useless imps. Of course, you don't need to concern yourself over that. I was looking forward to this, so I couldn't sleep well for the last 3 days. I would love it if you were worried about me because of that, but you don't need to, of course. Are you sure this is all right? Thank you for worrying about me. That's not how I meant it. It'll be fine. She's a bit weird, but she's a higher being incomparable to the demons that were dispatched to the barren wasteland. She'd be alright even if she were to go sleepless for 3 months instead of 3 days. Now then, before we get going. I almost forgot. The labyrinth seed that I promised. Oh. Finally. Sniff. I'm saved. I'm gonna live. I don't have to die. The negotiation seems to be over. So go back to your work, imp. Alright. Safe travels to you. Black Merchant Group's teleportation ability. It sure is convenient. It doesn't leave an entrance behind like a labyrinth portal. It seems like they rip up something to teleport. But that guy didn't use anything. Are there no restrictions? If a bunch of demons were to appear in the middle of the labyrinth. We cannot teleport above ground or to other labyrinths with this, so please rest assured. Was it obvious what I was worried about? No, it's just that all other labyrinth owners who witnessed this ability had the same worries. Well, let's teleport to the 10th floor where the mercenaries are waiting then. Is hugging me necessary? Yes, it's to prevent us from separating during the teleportation. Is there a problem? No, then what are you doing right now? Enjoying our alone time. Somewhere on the 10th floor of Geyser. We're here. I can't even see the ceiling. It's definitely the abyss. I didn't expect to come back here. We are about 5 minutes late due to some personal matter. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm the one who hired you. Why would I worry about that? Let me introduce them. They are the mercenaries in charge of guarding the black merchant group on the 10th floor. They are known as failures. The ugly balloon is a porter. I'm the captain. I've heard about you. I'll play along, so there shouldn't be an issue as long as you pretend to be one of our trainees. It's hard to ascertain the species because of the robe and mask. Nice to meet you. I've never seen an arm like this before either. They can't be therianthropes. Let's see how strong they are then. The parasite is assessing the target. All of them are regular soldiers, at best, they are on the level of the 3rd floor. Are you serious? These guys work as bodyguards in the abyss. They look like randos you just picked off the street. That's not the case. Failures have been in charge of bodyguarding black merchants of the 10th floor for 5 years. They're basically our private soldiers at this point. They're not the only bodyguard mercenaries on the 10th floor, but they have a much better performance record than the others who have a 7% survival rate, still. A group of giant worms is quickly approaching from about 200 steps away. They must have detected vibrations on the ground and the red light from the interfloor teleportation. That's good. It would have been much more annoying if they popped up during business. Rest over there. You're just a disguised trainee after all. In fact, you could be considered our cargo at the moment. Everyone, prepare for battle. There might be other enemies, so let's be fast with these ones. Giant worms. And a bunch of them too. Even I know about them despite not paying any attention to the abyss after going up to the surface. Their diameter and length can reach up to 3 and 10 meters, respectively. They reside in the lower floors and in the abyss. They are able to move freely underground, but without the vibrations of moving creatures on the surface, they cannot figure out their own location and often end up wandering. A 100-person exploration team was once killed because one of them got so lost, it ended up in the middle floors. This afternoon, there was an accident on the 6th floor, oh man. They're too much for these mercenaries to handle. I assume only this demon and I can handle the great worms. They're gonna be all killed. Hey. Everything you see isn't all there is. You're too dependent on your parasite. There are 5. 1 for each. I'm a healer though, alright. The last one to get the kill makes lunch. It's your turn today. Don't try to avoid it by making up a bet. Let's go. Whatever. Heal. Ah. I told you to hold back on that. Do you want to bring all of the 10th floor's beasts here? I have to clean up after you again. Don't get distracted. Ugh. I was cleaning up after Hanbiol. What is happening? The mercenaries still seem like regular soldiers, but 2 of the worms were beaten to a pulp in just a second. The failures aren't a group of mercenaries made from just anyone we picked off the streets. However, their name is still very fitting. They were freed after the Great War, but they failed the journey to paradise. Are Geyserians of the Abyss, who have given up life on the surface. No one knows when the conflict between the surface and geyser began, but we refer to it as the Great War nowadays. It hasn't even been a century since human captives began being used as slaves. They were nothing more than nameless prisoners of war or food. Born with the blessings of geyser, they were very different from the humans of the surface. Geyserians were very effective workers because of their inhumane strength and stamina. Despite being of the same species, those of them who were born on deeper floors tended to have stronger blessings. Enough so that they attracted the attention of higher beings of geyser. Eventually, organizations for breeding humans were formed deep within geyser. This is also the reason Geyserians were able to exist on the deeper floors where humans could not reach. Sunken Sea Tentacle Mother. I see that you know of her. Of course. That's where I'm from. How did humans manage to win the Great War when they couldn't even reach the lower floors, let alone the abyss? Who was it that ended the long war? The King of Geyser? The nobles? A hero of humanity? That's not important. What's important is that Geyserians are a lot more blessed by geyser than everyone thought. They have the potential to grow greater and greater through survival in its harsh environments. I'm sure the higher beings of geyser were afraid of that. They probably thought that if they just sat back and watched, they would end up being felled by the humans. That is why the higher beings of geyser decided to kick out the Geyserians with the excuse of freeing captives in the hopes that they would lose their powers. Their idea was to end the war, so that the humans of the surface could not approach the geyser's blessing. However, despite the higher beings' wishes, there existed those who turned their backs on humanity and took their place within geyser. Here, we call them failures. Dungeon babies who have given up on the surface and stayed in geyser. I get it up to that point. But did they manage to attain this kind of power just by being here for a long time? That's impossible. There must be something else. Why are you telling me that? Aren't black merchants also geyser's beings? I may be a Geyserian, but I'm still a human. I'm basically an enemy to geyser. It's a bit different. What do you see me as? A demon. That's right. Humanity's old friend demon. We're technically not geyser's creatures. It seems like you've done the introduction for us. Well, it's fine. We were going to explain it anyway. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lee Purium. I am the captain of the mercenary group known as the Failures. These are Hyojin and Eugene. You look like captain. You're not a beast pretending to be captain, are you? Eugene, Hyojin, that's rude, there are supports. This is Jungwon and Suyang. I would have been suspicious if their voices were similar too. They're our main damage dealers as well as our scouts. We've just proven our skills, so whatever you're worried about happening during this mission won't happen. You're being rude. I'm just looking. You really are humans. Is it true that you've given up on making it to the surface? Yes. Why? I'm sure you remember how the atmosphere in Geyser was when the captives were being freed after the end of the Great War. That's strange. Captain is more handsome. You're insane. It was a series of nightmares impossible to forget. Well, it's fine. Memory loss is common in Geyser, after all. I'll tell you. Back then, Geyser held a celebration. The so-called Harvest Festival. Tens of thousands of humans were freed at once. What are they to other beings of geyser? Nothing more than a delicacy. Our fellow people were being devoured as soon as they were freed from the labyrinths. At that time, we could not understand the situation since we had lived our entire lives in geyser. We can return home if we just get through here. Just what was the surface that those people were willing to risk their lives for despite having witnessed the pitiful death of others? Does the surface even exist? Open ceiling. Blue sky. Floating clouds. Burning sun. Countless stars. Planes swaying in the wind. Endless ocean. Even if all of that was real, was it really worth gambling my one and only life for? Did we face a failure during the journey leading to the paradise of the surface? No, we failed to even begin. We gave up, in order to survive. If death is the price to pay for a dream based on a paradise that might not even exist, let's just run away to the very ends of geyser where hope will not reach us. We will replace the warm sun, fresh air, and human laughter, with the shadows, dust, and horrible screams. We shall survive within the darkness, as there is no paradise for us. We denied the existence of the surface. We went back to the labyrinth owner who freed us and begged him to take us back. He mistook our request for loyalty and took us back in. That's how we began working as soldiers instead of as captives. At least until the labyrinth fell. The labyrinth fell. I'll make it short. The labyrinth owner was killed during war, and we just succeeded in running away. It was really dangerous. I don't even remember that. I was unconscious. The story from this point on is important to understand, how we reached the blessing of geyser. But I am a bit hesitant to tell it to you despite the client's request. After all, it's the fruit of our entire lives' work. Even if you are the first fellow human we've met after our release, are you still in denial? About the surface. I was born on the 12th floor, which is even deeper than here, and I managed to reach the surface. The very surface, that you guys are denying. Tell me, the surface. What kind of place is it? Is it true that the air is warm? I heard that water falls from the sky sometimes. No, I heard it was ice. Open ceiling. Blue sky. Floating clouds. Burning sun. Countless stars. Planes swaying in the wind. Endless ocean. Destination, surface base. 50 meters to the east. Portal. You are not failures. You are just a bit late. Look. The entire world is bright. The ceiling's blue too. I don't cough when I breathe in deep either. I never thought the air could be this clear. It's strange, right? I don't taste it, but it feels tasty somehow. Why don't you come out too? I would like to, but I can't leave my workplace. I'm sorry for the setback in the plan. It's okay. The plans are always set with the expectation that we will take a long time because of the importance of staying hidden. I heard that our kind keeps coming down to geyser from the surface, so I did somewhat believe that the surface existed. I didn't expect it to look like this though. I thought it'd be barely better than geyser. This is a great experience. Thank you. I was just being a bit nosy because it seemed like you were unsure about the existence of the surface. Plus, you would have reached the surface long ago if you wanted to, considering your skill level. I was a bit unsure, yes. The blessing of geyser refers to mana. Mana? Yes, it's something all beings born in geyser possess, including geyserians. The deeper you go down, the more concentrated it is. Through evolution, the beasts of geyser have adapted to the amounts of mana in their habitats. It's just a hypothesis, but I believe that since geyserians didn't have the time to evolve, we ended up taking in the mana around us instead. Then are geyserians born in the same area equally strong? You must be referring to the sunken sea where Mother is, but it's not the case. Mana isn't complete as soon as you are born. It grows in you as you adjust to the surrounding environment. We only stay with Mother in our earliest stages of life. It is true that the mana formed inside us during that short period of time, is what creates the power gap between a lower floor and an abyss geyserian. However, all it gives us is physical reinforcement. It's not very efficient either. All other beings of geyser are born knowing how to use mana. It's like breathing to them. That is why I believe that your labyrinth subordinates think that you probably don't know how to use mana. However, we'll teach you how to use the blessing of geyser. You'll become stronger, to the extent that it'll make a world of difference. Why are they fighting all of a sudden? Wouldn't it be better to use this open space for gathering beasts? Idiot. There aren't any beasts in paradise. For gathering people of our kind then? That won't happen either. He said it's his private property. What does that mean? I don't know either. Must we do this? You were the one who said you're stronger than me. I assume the blessing of geyser, mana, or whatever you call it is used for spells. I can't believe your claims until I see it for myself. Ha, alright. I guess this is necessary. You'll need to fight with all you've got though. That's up to me to decide. After all, I don't want to kill my future mentor. It's not that hard to detect mana that's being dispersed because it has nowhere to go. What you can see scattering around you is the mana. An upper floor geyserian wouldn't even have that. It gets thicker the lower you go. And starting from the abyss. Ha, so that's the power of the 12th floor. Amazing. It's better than I anticipated. Do you still think that doesn't change anything though? You cannot win against me. Simply possessing mana does reinforce your physique, but the effects are minimal. If you learn how to focus the mana inside your body, you'll get better strength, endurance, and agility. Your thinking ability will also improve, allowing you to quickly analyze your opponent's attacks. And what if you go further, and learn to imbue your weapon with mana? Then even a shabby iron pickaxe will be able to block an adamantium sword. Even though many of my attacks didn't do damage to labyrinth owners, I was at least able to hit them. Ugh, despite that, I can't reach this guy at all. What's even more crazy, is that he hasn't moved a single step, and hasn't used his second arm. It seems like I've underestimated you. I've never fought such a strong human before. It's time to go all out. Ha! During the mana training, I won't allow the use of parasites. What was that just now? What's so surprising? Or did you think that a parasite was a privilege only you had? They are an endangered species, but they still exist in geyser. It's not a strange thing to come across one. This fight is needed to evaluate your strength as a Geyserian, not the strength of your parasite. I am no match for him even with the 12th floor's power, the parasite, and the labyrinth's physical reinforcement effects. You're strong. Wrong. Wrong. You still don't get it, huh? What? Don't you feel something? Despite the countless battles on the 9th floor, and all the near-death situations, I've never felt something like this before. No matter who the opponent was, if I kept at it, I somehow managed to find a way to defeat them. I didn't feel like this even when I was up against Anatolius. No. I just wasn't strong enough to figure it out. It's not that you're strong. It's that I'm weak. Knowing yourself is as important as knowing your opponent. It's directly related to your possibility of survival. It's necessary if you want to improve too. Life in Geyser isn't like the heroic stories. You can't win everything with just determination. The eternally unchanging law that rules over Geyser, no, over this entire world, is survival of the fittest. The law of the jungle. We've evolved through adjustment and research. The strength of our skin and bones, the flexibility and density of our muscles, a digestive system that will allow us to eat rocks if need be. And that is all thanks to the blessing of Geyser, in other words, mana, right? Correct. You're basically above the human race. I guess I have no choice but to admit my loss. It seems my ego has gotten a bit inflated from everyone calling me the undefeated commander. I'll ask again then. Please. Teach me how to use the blessing of Geyser. I have a lot of things to protect. I need to become stronger. You will be my second master. I was going to teach you anyway. Don't be so polite all of a sudden. It creeps me out. Ah. I wanted to stay up there longer. Paradise is nice, but you shouldn't forget that we're working right now. Demon, I will ask again. Like I said before, the training of the Baron is included in the plan this time. Thanks to that, the time period has been extended to 3 weeks instead of the usual 2. So we have an extra week. The difference between us is so immense. A week feels too short. Don't worry. It's not like I'm teaching you martial arts. We're trying to change your constitution, so if you're good, you'll be able to circulate mana by the end of today. Circulate mana. Take off your top and sit comfortably on the floor. We'll have you learn the feeling of mana before we leave. Why should I take off my clothes? It's necessary. What is the thing all beings of Geyser other than Geyserians possess in their bodies? Down gems. What do you think is the reason those heavy stones are embedded in their bodies? I assume it's related to mana given the context of our conversation. That's right. Down gems are like hearts. Instead of blood, there is mana. It also works as a storage. The deeper you go into Geyser, the more down gems you will find because of the abundance of mana. And the stronger the beast, the higher the down gem quality. Then do you also, of course. It's a bit below my heart, if I were to put a value on it, I'd assume it's about mid-high rank. Wow. You just have a stone in your body. We have an insect crawling inside us. What's so bad about a stone? You'll get one too anyway. Wait, you mean? You're not gonna make me explode or anything, right? That's rude to say. Yujin's ability allows her to manipulate the cells of a target's body. From a distance, she can only do simple tasks like division of cells. But if she's directly touching the target, she can heal injuries, see the progression of a disease, as well as manipulate the mana accumulated in the body. Then I'll begin. What? Horizon. Ocean. Is this all? There's no way. Ugh. The mana collected inside you will force through a path. It will first go through the heart and very slowly move through the arteries. Once you get used to it, the mana will go to every small vein and vessel, until you learn to feel it inside of you and circulate it willingly. Concentrate. Noise-canceling barrier. Silent bubble. Mana is so silent and passive in its resting state that you can't even tell it's there. However, as soon as you activate it, it begins to influence its surroundings. Thanks to Eugene, it won't take on any dangerous forms, but his mana paths have never been opened before. The fierce pain of mana moving through the body for the first time is, oh. I do feel something flowing in my body. It feels rather strange, it's kind of familiar, but not in a good way. Unbelievable. Eugene. Captain, His mana paths are mostly already open. Plus, there are traces of a down gem being there before. His magic channels are mostly open, you know. What? That can't be, there wasn't even a sign of magical power operation, let alone an ability. Is there a problem? Well, it's not exactly a problem, but it's definitely an unexpected situation. Do you have an ability? I'm not sure if it can be called an ability. But I can identify the weak points of a target based on my attack power. Thanks to a parasite, I can even see through to the weak organs inside a creature. Can you use it now? It's not really something I use, it activates automatically when there's a glow in my eyes. So, you were using it during the duel earlier. Of course, it was active, it's a skill that works regardless of my intentions. There wasn't a speck in your eyes during the fight, not an ability. How much do you know about abilities? Special powers that some of the underground people possess. The detection type abilities are the most common, with about a 10% possession rate. No cases of abilities manifesting after escaping to the surface have been confirmed, so it's probably congenital, no. Abilities can manifest later in life due to the environment. The magic practiced by the underground people using magical power is exactly an ability. What? Those who were thrown out as bait and had to hide were the ones who developed detection abilities. Those thrown into the front lines or treated as guinea pigs developed defensive abilities. There are even cases where abilities similar to foreseeing the future manifested for those who read the enemy's movements and evaded them with all their might to reach paradise. Most manifested when pushed to the brink of death. Wait, are you saying abilities are the grace of the underground people? Then does every ability user manipulate magical power? Having an ability didn't necessarily make anyone stronger. You're half wrong. Most ability manifestors don't know the origin of their powers. They just keep using it, not forgetting the sensation of the first activation, so they have no idea about investing magical power into physical enhancement. However, using an ability, knowingly or unknowingly, involves manipulating magical power. So, it's true that creating shields and training in magical power becomes easier. Then what about my weakness detection? Abilities typically cause stains in the eyes when used. Moreover, it's not always active during combat. Abilities are magic that must be used consciously. Weakness detection is likely just a natural combat sense. The vision of weaknesses is just support from the parasite. So, weakness detection is not helping now, you're saying. Don't worry. Opening a magic circuit is just basic construction. Since it's already open, just rotating your magic power with Eugen's ability, that's impossible. All I can do is throw a pebble into a small stream to create ripples, throwing a pebble into the vast ocean won't cause a tidal wave. Eugene, put it simply, his level is too high for my ability to interfere. Even if I did interfere, the impact would be so minor it'd be unnoticeable. Now we're really in trouble. No, what I mean is, let me summarize simply. The plan was to cultivate non-existent magic circuits and push your mana using Yujin's ability so it flows naturally. But for some reason, the magic circuits are already open, and the mana inside you is too dense and thick for Yujin's power to even make it budge. If Yujin can't interfere, you need to recall the sensation from when your magic was awakened yourself. How am I supposed to do that if I've never used it? You can't. Saying your magic circuits are open means you've already experienced awakening through magic. You have used magic yourself before. Don't you remember anything? Any extreme situation where you exhibited superhuman strength? It couldn't have been after becoming the master of the labyrinth, and nothing before that either. Being pushed around as a digger in the underground and then escaping to the surface is all. Memory of the escape. Did you have companions? Of course, I did, but I was the only one who reached the surface. I didn't check on all my companions because I lost consciousness along the way. When I came to, I was already walking up to the surface on my own. But, how? Losing your companions is all you remember. It seems the entire process of escaping from the 12th floor to the first has been erased. You must have awakened then. This is problematic. With no memory of it, we can't just go down to the 12th floor to retrieve lost memories. Let's use this guy. Are you talking about a porter? Though treated as a mere object and pushed around, it's a proper underground beast. Specialized in recording information and transmitting commands like a control tower, but it also possesses its own means of defense. If it's a beast of the illusion type, they all have the usual trauma playback. With my support added, we can explore your past in more detail. I'll hypnotize the Baron to walk through his past. Going through everything, memories of the awakening might resurface. Of course, we need the Baron's permission. Considering it's the life of an underground person, most memories will be painful. Are you sure? If it means becoming stronger, who would be foolish enough to run away from their past out of fear? It's decided then. Let's get ready. The Baron, perhaps due to his vast mana, has considerable resistance to mental attacks. Even enough to resist the mental attacks of the maze's master. You'll need to relax completely and accept it yourself for the hypnosis to begin. Don't worry about beast attacks, we'll protect you. Ah! My bubble is popping so easily. Let's start. My past, reviewing it, huh? To think it means going back to the very first memory of my life. The human farm of mother. The sunken sea. My homeland. What could a newborn baby know? Crying out loud for a guardian is what a baby does. The first step in early education to become a perfect slave is to kill the instinct. A crying child is a bad child. Being bad doesn't necessarily mean punishment because inflicting pain only makes them cry louder. A bad child is simply weeded out. Until only silence remains. All day, I just stare blankly at the swaying ceiling, endlessly repeating the act of being fed by some unknown creature. The excrement is consumed by this red cradle. Whether each cradle is a life form or the pillars they're attached to are the life forms. To children whose selves are not even fully formed, what does it matter? Occasionally, they blankly watch other children being eaten in front of them. By this point, the children become accustomed to death. When the cradles ripen to green and the children can crawl, the pillar moves downward. A newly descended red cradle opens its mouth as the cries of newborn children echo. This too shall pass in a moment and become quiet. Nothing changes. The cradle that has moved down a floor spits out the children like rotten fruit falling. Thanks to the soft floor, surprisingly, there are few deaths. What stands before the crawling children is not a twisted guardian but beasts that awkwardly mimic humans. These creatures start imitating the role of a caretaker from being predators that devour. Mom. Dad. Mama. Papa. As the children start to pay attention to the bizarre noises made by these creatures, and touch the tools scattered around them, the creatures respond with different noises. They are trying to teach speech. It's probably all marine beasts. How do they make such noises? Feeding on the flesh and milk spat out by the pillars occasionally, the children grow once more enduring the creatures' incessant noise. This is perhaps the safest and most comfortable point in their life as a resource. When the children can stand on two legs and lift the equipment that has fallen to the ground, they move down another floor through the pillar. This must be when the enhancement of the body through magic begins. For a newborn to swing a pickaxe heavy even for an adult man makes no sense. The first floor where they are pruned as they grow. The second floor where they learn speech and basic knowledge. The last floor where they actually learn labor before shipment. It's the floor where mother resides. The last floor is simple. Digging the earth eternally until graded by mother. High-quality ones go to the noble aristocrats, low-quality to the barons, and the rejects become food. A whale that swallowed a portal, there's no way back. Perhaps being eaten was a stroke of luck. To be honest, I enjoyed the labor. Doing nothing, just blankly letting time pass for months. Holding a pickaxe and striking a rock, it splits and crumbles. Some spots don't even scratch, and others shatter completely. I persistently sought out the points that would break easily and struck them. Perhaps this was the beginning of learning how to spot weaknesses. Good child. I was soon graded as high quality and shipped out. To the 12th basement of the Spider Duke's labyrinth. To where my friends are. Sigh, is this all we've gathered for today's investigation? Quite a dedication. Journalist, you seem thrilled with scoops from every direction, huh? Anyone would think you could walk out of here alive. Why bother writing anything if we're all going to die anyway? Being so negative about everything isn't going to help, young man. Negative my ass, doing slave work and about to be eaten, and you want me to laugh? Are you insane? No, you think you've lived enough. Sergeant Lee Ji-suk. It's hard to listen to you. Lieutenant Colonel Jang, a fresh soldier speaking back so sharply seems to really bother you, doesn't it? Sergeant. Don't call me Sergeant. My discharge date has passed. Stuck in this goddamn land, huh? It's been over a goddamn month since my discharge date. Lieutenant Colonel, what with that goddamn defense industry corruption, that K-11 what? The hybrid rifle? The goddamn thing that explodes bullets in the barrel. Alright. Let's stop there, everyone. It's almost roll call time, the spiders will hear you. Lieutenant Colonel Jang, Ji-suk is also dragged here in his final year, now a prisoner of war, how distressed he must be. Given the situation, let's try to be more understanding. I understand Ji-suk is going through a tough time, but we're all in the same situation, so I wish you could bear with it a little. God damn it, really, this is really goddamn awful, why me? My mother will worry, god damn it. 8,515th, Group. Formation, Personnel Report, without exception, 7 people. 8,515th, Save Us, Group, total, should be 8, missing, 1, gone. Explain, kill. I reported to the site supervising Spider that 1 was buried during the last operation. Total, 7, kill, fire, confirm, order, kill, fire, fire. Cough. Gurgle. No. Stop. Please, save me. Please. I'll give you anything, please. Gurgle. Cough. Cough. Total 7, confirmed. Tomorrow's schedule remains unchanged. Proceed with the tunneling in the set direction, constructing the attack route. I know. Do you come here just to repeat the same damn thing every day? Counting heads must be the real goal. Calm down. Counting heads my ass. Even those damn spiders know there's no way out of this labyrinth. A month's worth of food and new family, teach the work, include in the labor. This child seems to be born under the ground. They called him an underdweller, I think. Hello, beloved readers of Dungeon Odyssey. This is Sun Minwo, the one in charge of art and adaptation. I feel bad to be coming to you with heavy news after not showing up even after the end of Season 1. Chapters 82 and 83 will touch on the behind the scenes of the series. I apologize to the readers who were looking forward to reading the actual story progression. I was told it's not really something to apologize for, but I feel like the timing for these episodes is a bit off. I'm aware that the story progression has been slow lately because I had to squeeze in some newly added plot points. If you allow me, I'd like to give some excuses as to why this happened. There was a debut project I had somewhat finished in the past. I said I wanted to do a traditional fantasy, draw this. Alright. Naturally, action, fantasy, adaptation, and so on were all new challenges for me. It took me half an hour to draw a cool sword-swinging scene. I should have studied more. The genre of my debut project was drama, after all. After finishing the first chapter and while working on the second and third, I had a sudden thought. This is bad, it's boring. I don't mean to say that the novel is boring. In fact, it's really fun. But it doesn't feel like a webtoon if the character simply stands still and explains the lore. That's just a novel with more drawings than usual. A novel and a webtoon should be fundamentally different, their only similarity being that they tell an enjoyable story. At this point, I had been waiting for the publisher to get back to me regarding the adaptation author. Why, aren't they getting me know about the adaptation author? I definitely applied as the artist for this series, do I actually have to do both? For real. I've never done an adaptation before. Should I just do it? The first battle is against the horned rats, so nothing really big happens. They're just sacrificed for the sake of explaining the labyrinth system, but a webtoon needs to have more visuals. Actually, how do these weak monsters even survive on the 9th floor? That was how the horned rat arc came to be. I felt a lot of pressure because I didn't know how much I could adapt the novel and twist things. I was afraid that it might be rude to the original author too. Despite my worries, the production director was very satisfied with the storyboard. Oh, this is good. Oh, so this much of a change isn't a problem, huh? How much can I twist until the readers get angry then? That's when I started gaining more confidence. So, after the horned rat arc, I began changing the novel more to my taste. Oh. I think this one is pretty unique. A narration through notes. I've never seen that in webtoons before. It was worth staying up. Please look over this. This chapter is a bit like you tried something new and challenging. It began as a flashback of the protagonist, but it's suddenly in the side character's perspective. Why don't you bring it back to the protagonist's point of view? It took me 3 days, and you want me to do it all over again? Redo it. I've been squeezing this narrative out of my brain for over a few days, and now it's all gone. This is fine. Completely fine. Can I even finish it before the deadline if I do it all over again? I only have one saved manuscript left. Saved manuscripts. These are like the remaining lives of a webtoon artist. They are completed chapters that haven't been uploaded yet. Usually, we start with 3 to 5 saved manuscripts. I began with 4. But now I have just 1.2 lives remaining. It's only been 20 chapters since I began the second season. If I use a life right now, I'll have less than 1 left. Then, if a situation like this happens again, I'll have to go on hiatus. So, as an excuse, I'll tell you about my work process in detail. I wake up, watch YouTube for a bit, order food, and when the delivery driver is nearby, I crawl out of bed. When you pull all-nighters to meet the deadline, you end up messing up your circadian rhythm anyway. Shut up, the world revolves around me. The morning is when I open my eyes, and the night is when I go to sleep. I am the sun and the moon. I devour my breakfast at my desk and begin typing out my rough draft. Vitamin D3 supplement to replace exposure to sunlight. Pepsi Zero Lime with their labels ripped off. Snacks to munch on while hungry. Once I'm done with the rough draft, I sleep a bit and begin working on the final version. It takes about 3 days if I do it leisurely. As you know, I don't have the luxury of doing it leisurely. Normally, at this point, I'd be struggling to get it done within 2 days, shortening my sleep time and trying to meet the deadline. There are readers that praise me for drawing all the backgrounds myself instead of making them in 3D. But there are simply no sources that I can use for Geyser. I want to just use the damn 3D models too. Why aren't there any dungeons or caves in the program? The production director suggested taking more assistants, but the problem is that my art style is rather unique. Oh. Then why don't we get an adaptation author? Making more battle scenes, adjusting power balance, adding a teacher, extra character development, new dangerous situations, and more lore for the protagonist. Once all the drawing is done, the assistant gets the files to work on the undertones of colors and shading. Thanks for your hard work. They always have to readjust their schedule once every 2 weeks because of the rough draft delay. Once the files from the assistant arrive, I'm free. I work on the dialogues, speech bubbles, final coloring, and all the other little details over 6 days. Since you turned this one late, you better get to work on the next rough draft right away. This job requires you to work despite migraines or other random conditions. Here's what I wrote. What do you think? The readers might think that you're finishing the season. Let's save this for the end of the second season. I didn't even get to introduce myself at the end of the first season. Shouldn't I do this at least now? If you think it's too long, why don't we just make it a pre-hiatus chapter? Just kidding. What if no one asks anything by the end of the season? I'll answer whatever questions there are though. Check the comments for more detailed information. Please keep loving our series. It was half-forced, but I began working as a war correspondent. There was no need to yell at me in front of everyone though. Anyway, boss began treating me like some noble, once I said I'd go to Geyser. How funny. Is it because Geyser is dangerous? Documentary teams go down there to make hours-long projects. Boss told me to start writing a diary just in case too. I'm not gonna die though. We're going down tomorrow. We're going to join the station troops at the entrance to the 3rd floor where the military has fully taken over. I haven't fully digested the fact that we're going to the war zone. Apparently, only 30% of the equipment makes it back from Geyser or whatever. It's been 2 days since we made it to the 1st floor of Geyser. I was added to the 30th Armored Brigade, and we entered Geyser through the Payu Gate. There are quite a few research facilities set up on the roads. I've even seen a chameleon as big as an entire house. It's honestly kind of fun. It's like an otherworld safari tour. There are horned rats, so why aren't there horned horses? We've made it to the entrance to the 2nd floor and have gotten down. We haven't been able to reach the base at the entrance to the third floor since yesterday. The soldiers we're accompanying are not as happy anymore. The atmosphere is tense. I've noticed a lot of bloodstains on the ground. I asked why they didn't remove those, and they said that a bit of anxiety helps and that there's no point in removing them because new ones will appear anyway. They should just be honest and say they're trying to save money. I was in the military too. That's how they are. It's been 2 years since we had a military parade to celebrate the conquest of the first and second floors. What's the point in trying to scare us? Are they just trying to help me with the interview? Anyway, I was just told that the bloodstain we passed by just now was from the last reporters they had. Your sense of humor, isn't it, Commander? The ceiling must have collapsed or something. There were giant boulders blocking the road, making transportation by armored vehicles impossible. It must also be why we couldn't contact the third floor anymore. We needed drilling jumbo to make way, but apparently, it'll come in a week at the earliest. It would have taken us just 2 more hours to get to the third floor, but now we're stuck. It's loud in the commander's vehicle. They're arguing over whether we should walk or return to the second floor's entrance. Can't we just take a different route? After all, we've taken over the second floor, haven't we? We split up. One group is going to repair the communication lines and head to the third floor, while the rest are going to return to the second floor's entrance to wait for equipment. Apparently, it'll take us a whole day to get there by foot. The camera crew with all the equipment looks upset. Stealthily walking along unpaved roads in a quiet and dark cave makes it feel like we're on a special mission. It's kind of exciting, actually. The contact with the third floor is still cut despite repairing the lines. I guess we'll have to keep our eyes on the ground to look for breaks in the wire. We'll be there in an hour. I want to rest. Apparently, there's something at the third floor's entrance. People are on standby. Regular firearms aren't doing any damage, so they're putting together something else. I'm still alive. I've been separated from the camera crew. I'm with 2 soldiers. Still no contact with the third floor. The other soldiers were just crushed in front of my eyes. I want to throw up, but they're telling me not to because the smell might attract the monsters. Writing this with the light from my digital watch because they told me not to turn on any lanterns. They're saying we should rush to the third floor since the monsters are distracted. I'm alone. The soldier at the third floor's entrance pushed me away to keep me alive. I can't see anything. I think the signalman is dead. I'm hearing screams behind me. The soldier that saved me is shooting at the monster's mouth. I saw muzzle flashes. I don't even know where I'm supposed to go. I just rejoined the soldier that saved me. He has a bullet fragment in his face. We need to hurry to the third floor's base. Where are all the soldiers? The third floor is full of monsters too. We should have known that since there was one at the entrance already. They were all bullshitting when they said they took over half the third floor. Currently using the camcorder's night mode to see. The base is about 300 meters from here, but there are monsters there too. The problem wasn't in the wires, it was that everyone's dead. The soldier that saved me has a really dirty mouth. Makes sense given the situation. I don't usually curse myself though. There is no food, and the soldier's bleeding won't stop. We'll have to go to the base. We're worried about the smell of blood. Father, Mother, I love you. Still alive. Currently in the sea hall of the third floor's base. We did first aid, and now we're resting. We managed to get here easily thanks to the walkie-talkie's messages going through to the A-hall where the antenna is. I only have blunt injuries from when I fell. Jiziak stopped his bleeding and took paracetamol. He told me that he had 2 weeks until discharge. Apparently, he came here on this mission because the army told him they wouldn't ever contact him again if he helped with this. I get that this is a shitty situation for him, but it'd be really nice if he could tone down the cursing. I'm already in a bad enough mood because of all the monsters, but he really needs to calm down. Thankfully, there was a storeroom on the first floor here, so we farmed some food. We're currently hiding in the vents above the medical living quarters on the second floor. Apparently, the army's gonna come here to recapture the third floor's entrance, but it'll take them 5 days to get the drilling jumbo to those boulders and 10 days to actually destroy them. Basically, we need to endure 2 weeks here. The army rations taste like shit. I'm picking out the ones that smell the least. Although it's better than dying, staying in an enclosed space all the time is really tiring. We've been going down from the vent sometimes to stretch out. There are still monsters outside. Heh, they're growing on me. That one's dumply from now on. I guess I'm not that nervous anymore. We took turns going down to poop. Got a fat one. It's gotta be bigger than Dumply's finger, lol. Put the poops in 10 layers of bags just to make sure the smell doesn't reach the monsters. Jizzyek's blood wasn't detected by them, so it should be fine. I think monsters got into the sea hall. They must have smelled the poop. We should have thrown the damn bags into D hall. One of them loitered around the sea hall all day and left. It's quiet now. We're gonna hide out for 2 more days just in case. The drilling jumbo should be working on the boulder already. What's Dumply? They both have their limbs. One is injured, but it's not too bad. I think they can both be considered finished goods. Oh. You got 2 good ones, huh? I'm so proud of you. What? You want to digest them? Ha ha ha. You silly thing. You're not allowed to digest finished goods. Should we send them off to the auction? What about their sex? Any other remarks? They're both male without any special traits. Then just send them away. Let's see. Spider Duke put in a bunch of orders for adult males, right? I'm still alive. They took away things like watches and phones. I still have my notebook. I don't know how much time has passed. It feels like about 2 months. Since the sun doesn't rise, it feels like I'm blind. Hey, you, pretend to work at least. If you don't want to end up like them. I don't even know where here is or what floor this is. There are buildings as big as spiders around. These monsters could scratch through the wall in one go, yet they dig all day. I've never seen anything like this underworld in any media on the surface. It must be part of the unexplored underworld kingdom of humanity. Humanity is mistaken. They think they are winning the war. They think they are driving the monsters far from the surface. It's trivial. Humanity is no threat to them, nor do they view us as a threat. Whether it's spiders or wild beasts, if even one of them decides to go to the surface. I must warn everyone before these creatures take an interest in the surface. Group 8052, consisting of 8 members. Kim Jin-woo, 4, War Correspondent. Further details omitted. 2, Lee Ji-suk, Army Sergeant. Further details omitted. Jang Ki-soo, Special Forces Major. Commanding the attack on the 3rd floor of Yeoju Gate, captured. His unit was annihilated. 4, Park Hyung-tae, Boy Group Idol. Inserted into Yeoju Gate's 2nd floor for marketing purposes, captured. All group members deceased. Jong Tae-soo, Baker. Caught in a beast overflow incident at Chuncheon Gate. 6, Oh Hyun-ael, Chef. Caught in a beast overflow incident at Chuncheon Gate. Lee Ji-woong, Technician. Captured during maintenance at Chuncheon Gate. 8, Yoon Hyun-jae, Technician. Captured while drilling with a jumbo drill on the 2nd floor of Payu Gate. All reported seeing the Red Devil after being captured. During work, they mined a glowing dawn gem. I've only seen it on the news. Having it gave me a sense of stability, so I treasured it. But during roll call, a spider creature took it. They say dawn gem is a valuable commodity and should be submitted at roll call. Do these monsters even use money? As a special meal, we were given some kind of overcooked meat from an unknown source, which we shared among our group members. It was pretty stale, but better than chewing cave moss as usual. Mined more dawn gems. 5 the size of fingers, 1 the size of a fist. There might be a vein nearby. Returned 2 small ones and hid the rest. Got cooked meat again as a reward. This batch was actually edible. It's harder the more you get used to it. The flavor varies, so they seem to use different types of meat each time. It's just a guess, but it doesn't seem like human flesh. The chunks were quite large, probably. There was an attack by a wild beast during work. Most of the prisoners from the adjacent barracks were killed. Everyone in our group survived. The supervising spider was right behind us. Nearly revealed it. The spider does not use its web, instead, it fights hand to hand. The real shock was something else. I saw it tear apart a wild beast and extract a dawn gem from its abdomen. Why is a dawn gem inside it? Perhaps this is the reason for the strange evolution of the underground monsters. Maybe the power of the dawn gem is the secret. Perhaps we too. I tried swallowing one of the small dawn gems during rest time. My body rejected it instantly, causing me to vomit and lose consciousness with convulsions for several minutes. Because of this, the others in my barracks discovered one of the dawn gems I had hoarded. It seems it's not poisonous given the lack of aftereffects. What was I thinking trying to eat a dawn gem? It's not like it gets you food when you're hungry. I might be mistaken, but it felt like it was causing some changes in my body. Should I embed it in my flesh like the beasts? Haha, perhaps I was mad for a moment, more research seems necessary. When I swallowed it, it had no taste, but after throwing up, there was a lingering soda-like flavor in my mouth. Let's forget about embedding dawn gems in flesh. Without a way to treat wounds and the risk of infection leading to being discarded as broken, it's too risky. Maybe I'll save it as a last resort. I ground up a small dawn gem and tried dabbing a bit to taste. It seems to intensify emotions and decrease control. I clenched my fist, and my nails dug into my flesh, drawing blood. It took me a while to notice. It seems to have restorative and invigorating effects. I feel good. I really feel good. I almost ran at the guard spider this evening. If I hadn't regained my senses midway, I wouldn't be here anymore. I couldn't beat them like this. My eyes and nose blood vessels burst. My hand was injured, and my whole body ached with muscle pain. I endured the pain and kept swinging the pickaxe, fearing being discarded if they found out I was hurt. Every muscle in my body screamed. This confirms that dawn gem is the source of the creature's power. If I rested because of the pain, I'd be disposed of. Still, it also affects us humans. But embedding it in flesh should be avoided. The body might adapt or might detonate explosively and end up dying. More data is needed. Maybe other people. I mixed a small amount of dawn gem powder into Hyunsei's meal at breakfast. I added just a little more than I ingested, about 4 times his dose. He'll suffer from muscle pain, but it won't kill him, should be fine. Evening, October 6th. Hyunsei died. In a delirious state from the dawn gem during tunnel work. Unable to control his emotions, he swung a pickaxe at a spider. The pickaxe couldn't penetrate the spider's skin. He was torn apart and killed on the spot. A person died because of me. But, maybe because I've become too accustomed to death, or because this damned underworld has messed up my mind. I don't feel too sorry. Perhaps dying painlessly, intoxicated on Dawn Gem, might actually be a mercy. It's the most comfortable escape from this hell. Maybe Hyunsei wouldn't have minded. It was a kind of assistance. I will not leave this place in such a peaceful manner. These inhumane acts are all for the sake of humanity. I must survive this hell and inform everyone. Amidst the screams of the prisoners facing death, no one heard the words he whispered with a breath of air mixed into the faint sound. New recruit. Kim Jinwook, a high school student. Administered double the dose I initially took. Emotional elevation. Successfully completed the day's work. Eyes and nose blood vessels burst. He didn't realize it. It feels like morphine, giving a sensation of enhanced strength. One day after Jinwook's ingestion of Dawn Gem. Eat mine too, eating a lot should help you recover faster. Thank you. Woke up with severe pain throughout the body. Another test for tolerance levels, administered the same double dose as yesterday. Emotional elevation, pain relief. Bleeding resumed from a previously clotted site. Rated as defective during work and disposed of. New recruit. Byung-cheol, Army Captain. Physically well-conditioned, expected to respond better. Administered triple the dose. Same symptoms as before. Like with Hyunsei, couldn't control his emotions and attacked the supervising spider. Executed. Spider suffered minor injuries. I saw Byung-cheol's eyes shine just before the execution. Was it just my imagination? Members of the same group have started to suspect me. I should refrain from experimenting for a while. Data is insufficient, but current observations suggest that around 2.5 times the initial dose might be the threshold for maintaining sanity. Effects: whole body strength enhancement, not just muscular but seems to induce a superhuman condition akin to Captain America. Bleeding from the eyes, nasal cavity, and gums, likely due to a sudden increase in blood pressure. Emotional elevation, loss of control, pain relief. Becomes emotionally volatile and, in severe cases, loses control. I glow. Superpowers. New recruit. Name unknown. Remarkable fact. A native of the underworld. I had intended to refrain from experimenting, but data from an underworld native, already altered by the monsters from birth and possessing powers akin to those induced by Dawn Gem, seems necessary. If underworld natives are administered additional Dawn Gem, could it be the key to escape? Administered 5 times the dose. Kid, where were you before you came here? Big pillars. Big fish. 8 big fish. Inside big fish belly. There were big spiders. Spent 30 nights with my kin fighting spiders with pickaxes. So, you had kin. No more. But you just said you had kin. Ate the big spider. I can't quite understand. It looks like you spent about 30 days working in tunnels in another section before coming here. It seems it was only with your own kind, underground people. The big pillars were where the underground people lived before coming here. Oh, perhaps the big fish was a form of transportation. Ji-woon, you really understand what this child is saying. Haha. I'm just making educated guesses, I'm not sure. So, he basically came rolling in from somewhere else. Where spiders snack on captives as if it's normal. Guess there's no need to teach him work. Still, it's good we can communicate. The underground kid next door hasn't spoken a word yet. A strong spirit, unfazed even by harsh conditions. Ah, there you go with strong spirit again. Look at the child's eyes, they're sparkling bright. That's got nothing to do with resilience. He's just a kid. Born in a crappy place where crappiness becomes the norm, where, who cares if someone dies around him? No, he probably doesn't even know what death is. Crappy spiders. Crappy undergrounds, just treating the kid like a working machine, crappy. Crappy, what the hell? Shoo. Kid, you shouldn't say that. Erase those words from your mind, those are bad words. See that mean-looking guy over there? That's what happens if you use such words. What? This is wearing the same rags, the same expressions, experiencing the same dreadful day. The kid is watching. Let's calm down. I thought that was all there was to my kind. Born underground, these are the first surface humans I've encountered. Now, calm down. Diverse expressions, personalities, outfits. Stories I could never have imagined. Even though they are proper nouns, I picked them up instantly. My learning ability is extraordinary. If I were born above, I could have been a prodigy. I want a name too. What's my name? What do people usually call you around here? I've never been called by a name. I want a name. A name, huh? It's not for us to casually assign if we aren't family. I want a name. How about a nickname then? I want a name too. I want a real name. Not a nickname. A nickname isn't a real name. Ah, this noise is driving me crazy. Stop chattering. We're thinking. Talkative. How about talkative? He keeps babbling non-stop, so talkative fits. Oh, that sounds pretty catchy. Huh, that's a cute nickname. Easy to remember too, but it seems like he doesn't like it much. Is it because Ji-suk is teasing him? I have learned about the world in this place. Power is surging through me. Indeed, the meat Ji-nu gives, is the best. I never thought it would last 30 times. It's almost like surviving half of Down Jam. He's not human. Not a monster, no. A new kind of human. Jin-woo, are you okay? What's happening? Is it an attack? Wow, what's that? Are his eyes cataracted? No. It doesn't seem like that. They are shining, aren't they? There doesn't seem to be a monster. What's with this wall? Did a bomb go off? No. No, it's not. It's not any illness, this is something with the underground people. Jin-woo. What is this? Ah. I saved it to eat when I get hungry while working, power-giving meat. Given by Ji-nu. Be quiet, you rascal. Try it. Huh? No. How can I eat something that's been rolling on the dirt floor? If we get food poisoning, it'd be like throwing it away. Hyun-chul, Jin-wook, Byung-chul. Since the day Jin-woo had a seizure, things started to happen. At first, we thought it was some contagion from the underground. Eating the meat chunk always resulted in someone dying the next day. If they survived, Jin-woo would say they need to eat the meat he had saved to recover. Try it. Right now. What? Jin-woo. What are you doing? Indeed, this is meat filled with Ji-nu's care. It gives me strength. I'm glad you like it. I knew it wasn't ethically right, but escaping the underground required some unavoidable sacrifices. But thanks to that, we've started to see hope. The underground dwellers, no, talkative, will lead us to the surface. I'll explain everything after the roll call is over. The plan to escape this hell. Congratulations, human fellows. You've won, the treaty has been signed. In a month, you will be released. What? After a month, you will be freed. See, could you explain what I just said? In a month, free, we do not interfere with captives, who are leaving the labyrinth. Whether you go to the surface, or stay here and work, is your choice. Humans have won the war, free. We can go home. We made it. We just need to hold on for one more month. Free. So suddenly. Then what about everything I've done until now? What was the point of that? Ah, are you disappointed? It makes sense. Chased out, without accomplishing anything, underneath the great Duke, but, you need not worry, His Grace is merciful. He has decided to give you a chance to prove yourself. In 2 weeks, all of you human captives will join the 12th floor war. Become the flares, signaling its beginning, by breaking down the labyrinth walls, in the front lines. I wasn't wrong. Jean Wu. What is this? You know that's not what I'm asking. You could also call it a survival journal. Or maybe experiment observations. That is not what I wanted to hear. As many as 3 people died because of your damn experiments. You didn't even ask them if they wanted to be your test subjects. Ah, yeah, whatever. 3 people died because of me. What's so important about that? What do you? 3 people were sacrificed, for the sake of the 8 remaining here and for the entirety of humanity. What nonsense is that? Why are you being so egotistical? You should think about the people above the surface. They are safe now. Ha! Safe? Look around you. What floor do you think we're on? How many people died from the beast flooding 2 years ago? Weren't people saying that it was as bad as a drop of a nuclear bomb? Oh. There are people here who were taken captive from that incident. Old man, do you know what floors those beasts came from? The 2nd and 3rd floors, that's right. They were chameleons the size of 2-story buildings. But this place? It makes those chameleons look tame. The spiders down here are as big as skyscrapers. We need to get out of here no matter what and tell the people how dangerous this place is. Before these guys make it up to the surface. Aren't you jumping to conclusions? You just heard them say that the war is over and that we'll be freed. Victory. Freedom. Do you really believe that? You heard them call us the signal flares of the impending war. Get it together. We're being put into war. Major. You said that the other captives you knew were put to war. What was the outcome of that? They all died. No one came back. Freedom, my ass. They're just lying to us to raise our morale before we die. Okay, let's say that he was really telling the truth. We're freed from the labyrinth. Then what? Are the spiders gonna give us a piggyback ride to the surface? How are we gonna get out? What about food? Weapons? How are we gonna find our way up? We don't even know what floor we're on. But he did say that they came to an agreement. So I'm sure the army will come to get. How fucking naive can you be, you idiot shitheads? This is way too much. Come to your fucking senses, please. Let's all work hard together and endure the hardships. We'll be able to escape then. The captives next door were all killed yesterday, but I'm sure the same thing won't happen to us. The army will definitely save us if we just hold on. We'll be able to go home now that the war is over, right? The nice, law-abiding spiders will cooperate with the South Korean army and take us safely to the surface. Yay! Yippee! No, let us hold our hands together in this hopeless place like the protagonists of a dystopian movie. Sniffle, sniffle. We tried our best. Sniffle, sniffle. I lived a life of justice and ethics, saving everything left and right. I don't regret my decisions. Is that the ending you want? Do you think you're some protagonists of a movie or a TV show? Hey, calm down. Oh. Then I guess we must have an audience too. Hello. Sorry that this isn't the touching story you wanted. It is what it is. You've come to the wrong place, if you wanted to see adults sacrifice themselves to show a poor Geyserian kid the sunlight. Huff huff huff. We're weak humans who can't even put a scratch on those damn spiders. Huff huff, I refuse to wait for others to rescue us. While following these bastards' orders, just because there isn't anything we can do. I'm going to make it out of here no matter what. But I agree. This isn't the time and situation to be weighing the rights and wrongs. I don't really think he's done something unacceptable, although I wouldn't say this if I were one of his test subjects. What's the reason we have been slaving away until now? Because there was nothing else we could do. We were just following their orders because we didn't want to die. He simply saw potential in the down gems, and experimented with them to see if they could help us escape. It's hard to justify the fact that he didn't tell any of us about it, but I think it was just to avoid getting caught by the spiders. We can argue ethics once we're out of here. I'm going to work with him. Jizziak. Do you have a plan? Major. Yes, although it's only a rough plan for now. I don't think they're starting a war in their front yard. We'll probably go farther out. In that case, we'll be able to use the chaos of the war to escape. I doubt we can make it out of the battlefield. I've prepared something. Moss balls with 1/10 of the down gem amount I took at first. Take one a day for a month. I'm going to slowly increase the amount we take. If my calculations are correct, we'll be able to tolerate 3 to 5 times the amount by the day of the war. We're going to become newly evolved humans. I've been digging a small path branching off from the attack route where the spiders can't see. The progress has been pretty fast thanks to the orbs I made. Is that even an escape route if it doesn't lead anywhere though? I was going to let you know after a bit more inspection. But we found a labyrinth at the end of the tunnel. A labyrinth. Another labyrinth that doesn't belong to these spiders. Yes. The tunnel actually leads straight inside the labyrinth. Considering the height of the hallway, it's not as big as this one. What does the size matter? Isn't it dangerous? It's okay. There weren't any monsters or anything there. I assume it's either abandoned, or fallen. The labyrinth was basically made up of mazes, so it should allow us to lose the spiders that try to chase us. We can also bring down the tunnel to block them from coming in. We might get lost in the mazes and starve to death. We'll need to find the exit before that happens. What are our current supplies of down gems and food? We have 2 weeks' worth of food left. We can't save the meat since it'll probably go bad though. As for the down gems, we have 17 small and a single big one. Let's exchange 1 down gem for meat every day to take care of our meals. Then, about 2 days before the war, we'll trade all but 8 small down gems and stock up the supplies in the tunnel. Wait, why don't we just trade them all for food and escape now? There's no need to wait for the war. I considered that too. But the supervisors are the problem. I'm sure you know that they keep track of the number of survivors. If they gather a team to track us down, our hopes of escape will be bleak. Which is why you suggest escaping amidst the chaos of war. Yes, there will be thousands of others running away when it breaks out. Why are we saving 8 down gems though? So that each of us has a suicide pill. I don't think that we'll all make it out of here. Whether you use it or not is up to you. Since we can now tolerate 4 times the original amount of down gems. I assume you'll last a few seconds even after consuming one. By the way, a single small down gem can be used to make about 100 of the little orbs we take. 100, huh? I told you they're suicide pills. I think that's all we can do to prepare. The problem is whether we can safely arrive at the tunnel right after the war starts. It all comes down to the attack route, since thousands of captives are working together to dig about 20 meters daily. We'll have to get through 200 meters on the day of war. Of course, we'll have to somehow get past the spiders stationed there too. On the morning of the war, we'll take orbs worth the original amount of down gems before getting to work. Right after the war begins, we'll take 5 times more and run across the battlefield. With that, you should be able to jump at least 3 meters, so use other captives as bait to escape. Bait. Get it together. There are thousands of captives, and none of them are tolerant to the down gems. Did you think we were going to escape with all of them? They won't even get past the spiders. Aren't you tired of being so sensitive about everything? Or are you afraid that some reporter might write a scandalous article about you when you make it back up? Oh, shoot. I completely forgot. I'm a reporter, too. It must have slipped my mind. Oops. Anyway, I don't care what you do, so just don't get in my way. You need to stop acting like a good kid. It's really hypocritical. In any case, that's it for the plans. Does anyone have anything to say? I guess not. Then, let's film a movie together with us as the main characters. The day of the war. Inferior humans take on the glory of declaring the beginning of war. The Duke is bestowing a great honor upon you. Be grateful. Inferior humans, no longer captives. Great warriors, paving the path to a great war. Humans' accomplishment will never be forgotten. All of Geyser shall hear of this. It's not really motivating to hear that with the voice that thing has. I guess it's me, Chatterbox, and the idol in the center of the battlefield. This could be bad. We sure got unlucky. The idol hasn't been doing well the entire week. He still seems out of it. Shit. Hyungti. The orb. Take it right. He was doing pretty well as the leader until the reporter took everything in his hands. Is that how he dies? Shit. The war. The war has begun. Human captives become flesh walls. To run means death. I must have gotten swept up in the mess. I need to take the orb and get out of here. My legs. Ah. Why did things turn out like this? Son, the heavens gave you many things that others don't possess. The kinder you are to the world, the kinder the world will be to you. Stay a good child. My parents weren't wrong. My world was full of kindness. I thought it would be the same in Geyser. Up there, my sincerity and good influence brought me a downpour of praises. Down here, my sincerity and good influence, you need to stop acting like a good kid. It's really hypocritical. Brought me a downpour of insults. Acting like a good kid? You mean I had only been acting like one? The true nature of humans gets revealed on the brink of death. Ruined faces. Desperate struggles. Even while others were losing humanity, I chose to play nice until the very end. I thought that if I of all people were to give in to the savageness, everyone else would also fall. Is this the result of being kind and living for the sake of others? Ah. I. I also. Given up, on kindness. Huff, huff, damn it. Can you stand, Chatterbox? Hey, are you alright? Chatterbox? Hey. Get it together. Ha, what's wrong with him? Chatterbox. Jizziak. So you guys made it. Only the central attack route where you were was attacked. What about Hyungti? Wasn't he with you? Hyungti, goodness. What about Major and Jawong? No news from them. I assume they're still on the move. We were on the left side, you were in the middle, while Major and Jawong were on the right. That means they must be past the enemies. We just have to hope that they can make it. That's. Did you feed Chatterbox the gem orb? No, we were in a hurry, so only I took it. Feed it to him right now. We don't have time. But his condition right now is a bit. This isn't the situation to be considering his mood. Force him to eat it. Gramps. Did you take it? Chew well and swallow. Huff, I did. Then why are you so? Goodness, you brat. Did you think that it's some magical item that creates strength out of nowhere? Well, it kind of is, isn't it? As if. For an old man like me, all it does is lessen the soreness. It can't be. No, wait. The down gems are more like energy enhancements. They only increase efficiency without decreasing your body fat or making your muscles grow. This is a matter of fitness. Are you alright? Phew. His old and fragile body has its limits. Oh, Hyunal's a problem too. He's stronger, but his big body can't handle the physical load. Huff, he's having a hard time breathing after each step he takes. Jong Tae-soo and Oh Hyunal are going to hold us back. We three will get through the spiders in the center and act as a distraction. Gramps, Hyunal, stick to the right walls and head towards our destination. Weren't we supposed to stick together? We have a higher chance of survival if we're separated in situations like this. Alright. Gramps. I think it'll only be worse if we stick together since we can't keep up with you guys. But this is. What's up with you? You saw what happened to Hyungti. We have a set plan. Why do you keep trying to mess it up, huh? Just listen to me, alright? You want to live, don't you? I'll make sure we get out of here. I thought you were on my side. Don't make me think otherwise. You said your mother's worried about you. Don't you need to make it home safe? We need to get moving. Let's see each other at the promised location then. Alright. Be careful. Jizziak, take good care of Chatterbox. It's blocked up ahead. Jump 3 meters to the right. Step onto the small spider underneath the giant one. We're going to lose anything chasing us down in that sand dust. Just make sure you don't fall behind. Okay. We are staying low so that we don't attract much attention, and trying to hide in the dust clouds to make them lose sight of us. Just like that, we're stealthily passing by spiders, whether they're hunting down humans or fighting the enemy. It's not what we discussed initially though. Distraction. It's nonsense no matter how much I think about it. Just because we're a bit faster doesn't mean that we can disperse the attention of all these spiders. It renders the reason why we're escaping during the war and the plan of using the others as sacrifice pointless. We're not a distraction. It's clear. After all, the spiders climb walls to move around. Gramps, that reporter bastard abandoned us. Why did you just agree to his plan? I knew that. But it's better if at least the younger folks make it out of here. I didn't want to become a burden in order to survive. I'm already tired too. Gramps. I'm sorry that you had to come with me, but don't worry. I will do my best to ensure that you make it out of here alive. Wait, Gramps. That gemstone from earlier. Gee. Gramps. I'm right here. You uneducated little monsters. What? Why are the enemies falling off the walls? He must have taken the suicide pill. Amazing. I didn't think it could do so much. They're just minions, but even taking a 5-fold orb couldn't get us to put a scratch on the spiders. However. Kaya. Kahak. I guess the body can't handle it. If we end up eating our suicide pills too, controlling the strength will be essential. Let's go. He won't hold up for long. We need to get out of here while we still can. Okay. Let's go, Chatterbox. Jong Taisu. Friend. He promised to make me bread. Cha. Chatterbox. No. Cough. Cough. Gramps, why? What? They don't care about me. Gramps. He sacrificed himself to buy time for me. I need to get out of here as fast as I can. Arg. Gramps. Chatterbox is here to save us. I'm glad. An old man who has a hard time even walking is fighting for his life, while a kid who still has peach fuzz on his face is trying to save him. And what am I doing? Why am I acting like they should be doing those things? I'm no different from that bastard. Chatterbox. No. What? Why is he there? Jizziak, I told you to take care of Chatter. Ugh. Huff huff. I'm alive. Wah. Fuck. Chatterbox. Fuck, Chatterbox is just. Jizziak. Jizziak. Why are you spacing out? Do you want to die? Huff huff. Chatterbox dash. Leave him behind. Huff huff, we're in the middle of the battlefield. We're gonna die if we hessy. Did something just pass by us? The monster straight up melted. Jin Woo. Over there. Look over there. It's the Spider Duke. No. That's not the Spider Duke. There are more of its kind behind it. Those are just minions too. They're gonna attack again. Run. Just leave Chatterbox behind. Run if you want to live. Do you want to die? I was buying time for you all. Why did you come here? Bread. I want to eat bread. You promised. Gramps. Gramps. I'm here to save you. You crazy bastard. Why do you think I sent you flying away? I know that you did that so that I could run away. But Gramps. I'd rather die than live with the guilt over abandoning you and running away on my own. No, I'm sure we can all make it out of here together with the down gem's power. Did you also eat it? Yes, the reporter said that we'd die within seconds, but it's pretty manageable. Chatterbox, have you? Gramps, why did you do that? Listen. Down gems aren't magical artifacts. You're not controlling it at all. I'm totally fine. Look at your legs, you idiot. This isn't something a human body can handle. You and I are both crippled now. You just can't feel the pain because of the down gem. The effects are already wearing off for me. If it weren't for Chatterbox, I would have passed out from the pain. It's over for us, so we need to at least send him out of here alive. Hi Yunal. Make sure Chatterbox Lee. GRA. Gramps. G. Gramps. Escaping altogether with the power of the down gems. As if. We're completely helpless down here. Chatterbox. I can't eat bread now. There's no time to be grieving. I need to make sure that at least Chatterbox lives. Should we run along the route where the heat ray passed by? No, the ground's been melted. It's impossible. Chatterbox isn't capable of logical thought right now. He'll come back right away even if I throw him far from here. The pain in my legs is worsening too. I won't be able to make it to the meeting place. I need to somehow make sure that he will leave without me. Don't make the same mistake as me. I'm sorry, Chatterbox. Major Jang. Chatterbox. Spiders are focused on Chatterbox right now. I'm not a threat to them. After all, we humans are like bugs that can't hurt them. Well, Gramps and Chatterbox did manage to damage them. But I guess they can be seen as stray dogs instead of bugs. In any case, I need to somehow pull their attention away from Chatterbox. I need to be more than just a stray dog. I must become stronger. So that the spiders think their lives are in danger, so that they feel like a human who faced a wild beast in the mountains. I cannot be just an annoyance or a hindrance. I need to appear as a real threat. You spider bastards. I'm right here. I'll rip you all to shreds. Like a starved bear. We still have our food here. Some places in the tunnels have crumbled down, but we can crawl through them anyway. To think this tiny tunnel is fine despite all the ground shaking caused by the monsters. Well, it shows how stable the rocks in Geyser are. This tunnel's just a bit bigger than an adult male human, so the spiders won't be able to get inside. If we can just get through here, we'll be safe for a while. Are there any news from the others? No. Not yet. I did shout at him to abandon Chatterbox since the situation was looking terrible, but this is bad. No longer having a Geyserian with excellent physical capabilities is a big loss. I tried to get rid of the burden, but ended up losing an essential member with them. Since he jumped into the outskirts of the battlefield, he might still be alive. Wah! Spider. Calm down. It's already dead. Are you alright? Major. Jiwong. Chatterbox too. Is he alright? I had to knock him out for a bit because he was struggling too much. This isn't the time for us to be chatting around though. The spiders are on us, so we need to. Yuwa. He just took down a spider bare-handed. Major has already had a trained body. Are you telling me there is this big of a difference in effects between someone who's in good shape and someone who's not? Go into the side route. Right now. Major. We've all gotten through. Damn it. Hop. Major. The exit's gonna collapse. Come on out. Major. This can't be. Major. Wait. The dirt. Major. Grab onto his hand and pull. Huff, huff. We should be safe for now. This is bad though. I had no choice given the situation, but now the others won't be able to get through. I guess we'll have to dig it away once things quiet down a bit. No, we're the only survivors. Hyung-T was killed by the first explosion, while Gramps and Hyunal died trying to save Chatterbox. I saw Hyunal too. He threw Chatterbox at me. I wondered why he wasn't coming, but then I took a look at his legs. They were in necrosis. It was a wonder that he could still stand. His legs were in a state of necrosis. Did you see a ray of light near him? I think I did. He must have also taken a down gem. Could it have been a side effect of that? I did expect some people to die since our plan was to cross the battlefield, but if I had been there. It's not your fault. You crossed the battlefield with me and Chatterbox on you, that's right. On top of that, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the sacrifice of those two people. It's difficult enough to keep ourselves alive. You shouldn't try too hard to save others as well. You're right. We're past the most dangerous part, but this isn't over yet. We need to focus on the future to make sure that their sacrifices weren't for nothing. Yes, we don't have the time to be sitting here grieving. Our goal is, we need to find the exit out of this labyrinth. It's only an assumption that it's abandoned, so let's go slowly. After getting out of the labyrinth, we need to find a way up and... What's this sound? It's from across the wall. Run. They're coming through the walls. Ugh. Damn it. Why is it always just me? A again. Jin Woo. Hurry. Wah. What? Hyung-T. Jin Woo. Yeah. I never thought that the supervisor bastard would come all the way here to get us. What value does a human hostage even have during a war? Huff huff, it was Hyung-T. Sorry. I saw his face. The monster that helped me was Hyungti. That's impossible. You almost died there. I'm sure it was just your mind playing tricks. No. I'm certain. That monster is dead already. You want to tell us that he died twice? It's coming. Hurry. Shit. We're not fast enough. It's going to catch up to us soon. The orb's effects are decreasing. What? Spears emerged from the walls. Traps. There are traps in the labyrinth. We managed to stall. Stop. Don't step on that rock. Arg. My legs. My legs. Jiwung. Af. Take Chatterbox and get out of here. I'll support Jiwung. Let me. No. Chatterbox is our priority. He's the most important one. Okay. You can't stand, can you? And my legs. Get on my back. I'm sorry. It's because of me. Stop with the nonsense and just tell me if you see any traps. It's bad. I can feel the blood pouring out of my legs. Huff huff huff. I was on the Major's back on the battlefield too. Once again, I'm just. Jiwung. 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 Wake up. Jinwoo. It's gonna catch up to us. I'm okay, so you should try to escape. What? I can't hear you. I'm fine. Talk louder. I can't focus on you speaking because of the chaos. The spider is right behind us. I'll stall time, so just. Huh. Thank you, for stepping on that trap. Jinwoo. What did he just do? Jiwung just said that since he can't walk, there's no hope for him. He said that he'll try to stall time for us and, I tried to stop him, but. We heard him scream. It's not your fault. It seems the trap worked properly this time, so we've got a lot more time now. Let's get out of here. This isn't the right time to be grieving for him. We need to make sure that Jiwung's sacrifice wasn't for naught. You're right. Let's hurry. I'm fine, what the hell are you talking about? He's lying to us right now. I saw him throw Jiwung at the trap, it's not the first time either. He used Gramps as bait too. He just throws away everyone he deems useless. The same happened during his down gem experiments. He must be a psychopath. He's too dangerous. I need to tell the Major about it before it's too. Sergeant Lee, did you not hear the scream from Jiwung while he was sacrificing himself? Not only are you lessening the deed of a dead person, but you're also trying to split the group apart by creating a conflict. No. The Major won't listen to me. He probably finds Jinwoo more trustworthy than someone like me. I should just stay quiet for now, and when Jinwoo acts up again, I'll tell the Major about. The remaining members are Jinwoo, the Major, Chatterbox and I. Chatterbox possesses monstrous powers since he's a Geyserian. He doesn't experience any side effects from the down gems, and he does what we tell him. The Major is good at assessing the situation, and he's very strong too. He's definitely very dependable. But what about me? What can I do? What have I shown them until now? Then, the next one to be thrown out is, Jizyak. Jizyak? Jizyak. Ah. Are you alright? You seem to be in shock. No. I'm fine. I'm okay. I was just thinking that we shouldn't forget about Jiwong's sacrifice. I'm sure he didn't want to die like that, but he had lost both his feet, and we had no means of treating him. I guess he just didn't want to be a burden. We need to get it together. There's a risk of injuries getting infected too, so if you get hurt, I'm going to throw you to the spiders as food. Jizyak. Are you sure you're alright? Why do you keep spacing out? Did you hit your head? And no, I was just lost in thought. Like I just said, we need to avoid getting hurt. It'll be terrible if anyone gets sepsis. We should watch out even for the smallest injuries. Was I just hearing things? Give me the food. I'll carry it. Ah. No. No. I can carry it myself. Let me carry it. I need to help out somehow so that, well, if you say so. Don't push yourself too much. Let me know whenever you get too tired. I'll carry it for you. Alright. Major. Let's switch. I'll carry Chatterbox. Oh, really? Is he okay? I'm not sure. I think he's awake, but he's not moving. No, it doesn't look like he's conscious yet. I will be abandoned the moment I give this to him. I have no use at the moment, I need to take the food hostage in order to survive. Huff, I will be abandoned the moment I lose this, just like Gramps. Like Hyunail. Like Jiwong. We're at a fork. I can see traps on the floor. We did come pretty far, but since there weren't any forks on the path, the spiders could catch up to us pretty soon. If luck is on our side, we might lose them here. We need to make sure we don't end up at a dead end. If we have to turn back, we'll most likely face the spiders. Then I'll go look down this way. Jin Woo, stand watch here with Chatterbox. Alright. Just be careful. Sergeant Lee. Why yes. What is it, Major? Can you inspect the other route? Alright. I'll look over there. Then I'll also. Why don't you leave the food here? You're only taking a look. Why burden yourself? And no. I'm in charge of it, so I'll carry it. I'm not asking to carry it. Just leave it here while you're taking a look. Don't you get what I'm saying? No, this is my responsibility. I need to do it. Ha. Are you acting like this because of Gramps and Hyunail? Or because I threw Jiwong? Jizyak. Do I look like a bad guy to you? With Gramps, I only stated my opinion. Gramps just agreed to it. I didn't threaten Jiwong either. He just volunteered. He couldn't even walk on his own. That's it, you know. Are you really going to make me explain myself? Are you worried that I'm going to throw you away? Do I look like that terrible of a guy to you? Even then, you were the one who saved me on the second floor. I'm alive only because of you. Why would I abandon my savior? Don't you recall that I took care of you all this time? I'm just trying to repay you for saving me. So that we can get out of here together. I saved you. Yeah. If it weren't for you, I'd be dead meat on the second floor right now. We worked together to infiltrate the base. We disinfected your wounds. I just want to work together with you again to get out of here. The results were bad last time, but we still did well together. That's true. When everyone was in despair, he was the one thinking of plans to escape. Hyungtae helped with our emotional states too, but he didn't actively do anything. Even if the spiders can climb walls, it's true that the center of the battlefield is more dangerous than the outskirts. It's also true that Jiwung volunteered to be bait first. If it weren't for Jin Woo, I'd be fighting for my life on the battlefield together with the other prisoners. I won't abandon you. I promise. You need to go back and see your mom. Jin Woo is just doing his best to survive. I'll go look down this route. Take care of it while I'm gone. Jiziak. You're working so hard to keep us alive. I'm sorry for misunderstanding. It's fine. We've been down here for months. It'd be weirder if you were perfectly sane after all that we've been through. Thank you for understanding. You're such a kind person. You're a good person too, Jin Woo. I thought he was stronger than anyone when it came to mental fortitude, but look at him now. He's just reached his limit. Well, it's nothing strange. I guess this is it for H. We must have all been tired. We've all been in the same situation. Everyone was holding it in while I whined. Everyone was doing their best and sacrificing themselves, whereas I was having doubts. I need to do what I can now that I'm. Jin Woo, look out. Jiziak. I really didn't mean to do this. I'm serious. Jiziak. I really didn't want to do this. Hey. You son of a bitch. Fuck. Fuck. Calling me his savior, saying he's looking after me. It was all bullshit. I trusted him. I trusted. Wag. Ugh. Dead end. Suicide pill. Will I be able to take down that spider if I eat it? No. It's not a small one. I'm sure the best it'll do is let me stay alive a few seconds longer. Instead of doing something that would benefit that son of a bitch, I'd rather. Cough. Arg. It hurts. Wow mum. I haven't seen you only for a bit, but it seems like a lot has happened. Huff huff. Hyung-ti. I thought, you died, you look, fine. I thought, you died, in the first explosion, so we left, but, you protected us. I should have listened to you. I shouldn't have trusted that son of a bitch, son of a bitch. Kim Jin-woo, that piece of shit. He acts all nice, then throws away someone as bait, when it's actually dangerous, and runs. The same happened to Gramps. Hyunal and Jawung, so they were all Jinwoo's masterpieces, huh? I thought they had just gotten killed on the run. Masterpieces. No, that's not what I meant to say. Don't mind it. Hyung-ti. I have a favor to ask. You can take this. Down gem. Why didn't you eat it? You could have fought against the spider for a bit if you did. I thought, that if I ate it, I'd just stall for more time, for that bastard to escape, that the more I resist, the more likely, that son of a bitch, makes it out of here alive. I can't. I can't let that devil escape. I don't want him, to make it out of here, alive. That piece of shit, is not worth saving, no. He should die here, don't let him, get to the surface. I think you're misunderstanding something. No. No. It was a misunderstanding indeed, you were, the only one. Who knew, that bastard's true face? I should've, trusted you. I just, wanted to see. My mom. Jiziak, I'm actually grateful to Jin Woo. At first, I felt like my entire life was a lie. I had lived all this time for the sake of others' happiness, while neglecting myself. I was telling myself that everything's fine as long as the people who love me are happy, no matter how damaged or broken I was in the process. Woa. But Jin Woo made me realize, that all of that was pointless and that the most important thing to me should be myself. I was so tired of everyone taking my kindness for granted, and of those who've only been seeing me as their entertainer. So I begged for another chance. If only I had it. I would live the exact opposite life. And Geyser granted my wish. I've been looking for you guys to repay the debt. Don't worry, Jiziak. We need to go back and save, get it together. M Major, over there. I wasn't following you guys to save you. Finally. I should have been, a bit more, shameless. If only I had, another chance. The lowest in the food pyramid. The prey of preys, humans. Your weak kind is not permitted to even breathe in Geyser. What? Why, is there, a voice in my head? I am a being that supervises the evolution of pitiful creatures like you. Accept me, human. I will give you a new chance. Finally, I caught up to you guys. See? I told you. It was Hyung-T who stopped that spider before. But, what's happened to his body? Hyung-T. TSK. I guess I haven't gotten completely used to it yet. I don't care if we're fully stable or not. I'm sure I told you that that son of a bitch is going to be our first meal. Hyung-T, who are you talking to? Sorry. I've been infected by something akin to a parasite. It's okay. I can control it. Major. Do you really think that thing's Hyung-T just because it's got his face and voice? It just attacked us. You cowardly monster. Did you think that you could fool us by wearing the leather of our companion? Ha ha ha, monster, me, a monster. I was the most humane out of you all. Yet you're calling me a monster. Do you know how hard I work to take care of you guys? Watching out for spiders because the fat pig and the skinny Four Eyes got tired after a minute of shoveling. Calming down you military muppets to prevent the fights from happening. Looking after the old geezer who was nothing but a burden that wanted to be treated like royalty. I could at least trust and depend on Hyun-Jae, but then you killed him, Kim Jin-woo. I was the one who suffered the most for months because of you bastards. Calm down. I get that you're right. Forgive me for judging you by your looks, it was foolish of me. You get me. You acknowledged my hard work. Ow. Only now. Only now. Only now. No. There's no need to be this upset. It's all in the past. The process might have been horrible, but the results are good. Results are good. Look at me. I might look like some sickening monster, but this is the body of a human who has perfectly adjusted to geyser. A newly evolved human that you dreamed of, Kim Jin-woo. That's what I am turning into. He's gone completely insane. Hyung-tae, you make it sound like you're still transforming. It's a shame, but I'm not complete yet. You guys still have a chance too. Can I ask what you mean by chance? A chance to become a newly evolved human, of course. It's simple. Be eaten by me so that I can emerge as complete. Become one with me so that we can fulfill the dream of a newly evolved human together. What? Jin-woo. Take Chatterbox and get out of here. But Hyung-tae is blocking the exit path. Go back the way we came. Now. Major. Don't get in my way. I'll let you go if you just hand over Jin-woo to me. I've been waiting so long for this moment. Hyung-tae. Get it together. You're being controlled by the monster right now. Cut the bullshit. Everything is under my control. Both my body and mind. All of this was intended by me. Not needing to care what others think, it feels so good. In my past life, on the surface, why didn't I think like this? What was I afraid of? What was I worried about? That's just what it means to be human. We are not lone wolves. Caring about what others think is just proof that you are considerate of them. Making up for the flaws of each other is how you grow together as humans. That's why we get called an inferior species. But the current me is different. I'm not human. I'm a newly evolved human. No. You're nothing more than a zombie that's been infected by geyser. I won't let you take a single step further than this. Jiziak. Jin-woo. Ahem, it's safe now. I killed the monster. Is that so? Of course. I took the suicide pill and ripped out that bastard's throat. The power of a down gem is really something. No. And no. Whack. Jin-woo. Where are you going? Jin-woo. How did things turn out like this? My plan was perfect. So why? I had a righteous person die first for some despair. Jin-woo. And then sacrificed those who were a burden. After that, the strongest person fought the enemy to save the main character. Why are you running? It was going according to the cliché plotline. I'm supposed to make it out since I'm the main character. Right. Of course. It's still going according to the cliché plotline. Accidental discovery of the down gem's hidden power and the following research to find a way to escape from geyser. The demise of everyone around the main character in the attempt to run away. Lastly, the promise of revenge and an even deeper dive into the secrets of down gems. That's how it should be. You can only find peace after a horrible storm. This must be the first boss fight then. What are you muttering to yourself? Have you given up? That's lame. No, do you still not get it? This is when I discover a new power. It's the moment the main character awakens. The first awakening from an extra to an OP main character. I'm sure I'll be able to control the down gem's powers. I need to stay calm while circulating the energy. Right. I also mustn't ignore the risk of energy deviation. I should concentrate most of the strength in my legs, and protect my muscles and bones with the remaining power. Oh ha ha. Watch me. I can perfectly control the down gem's powers. No. Not yet. I need to use the power of the down gem to regenerate. Ag. It hurts. It hurts. Are you kidding? Have you still not gotten your shit together? You. The main character. Are you serious? Where did you even get such confidence? Chatterbox. Arg. Chatterbox. Help. Ugh, how is he so strong? Chatterbox, you need to eat your down gem, or we won't win. I don't have it. Taesu took it. He threw it. That monster killed them all, Chatterbox. We need to take revenge. You need to avenge your friends. Look. Hyung-Tae was eaten by this monster too. He's being controlled by it. You bastard. Chatterbox. Let's fight together. Let's avenge our friends. This is it. The season finale. The highlight, the climax. A happy ending. With a touching emotional moment. What the hell? Main characters and clichés, my ass. I'm starting to understand the real reason for all your actions. You were nothing more than an extra, writing articles about the main characters. You simply got jealous of the people who made this world a brighter place. No. No. I'm not an extra. Yes. You're right. You're not an extra. You're a villain. And a pathetic one at that. Chatterbox. Chatterbox, why? Don't want another friend dying, you. You're the only friend now. Don't want another friend dying. You're the only friend now. Goodness. Everyone tried so hard to save Chatterbox, and now he's sacrificed himself for our Mr. Main character. What are you gonna do now? Are you going to scream in rage? Will your hair turn yellow and get all spiky? Are you going to finally awaken as the main character? No. You were right. I'm not the main character. I'm nothing more than a pathetic villain who was just trying to feel special. What, are you just going to acknowledge that? That's no fun. You have to keep pushing the main character narrative. You need to struggle pathetically till the end. Wasn't that the kind of main character you wanted to be? At least try. Maybe you'll actually awaken. Who knows? It doesn't really matter whether I awaken or not. Because the real main character is the one whom I'm holding. Failures, get out of the way. Find cover while it's still. Hey, demon. Don't approach. I wasn't the one who caused it. It happened because his mind has synchronized with the past. In fact, this is what we aimed for. I didn't expect the mana storm to be this intense though, his body should have been ripped to shreds by now considering the amount of power exuded. But when Baron was younger, he managed to endure it and even made it up to the surface. That must mean that he was able to get it under control. If he can just withstand this until he's done with those memories. Huh. What is this signal? No. Kier, the memory-reflecting porter, can't handle it. Yua. Bubble. We'll protect this ugly thing, so hurry up. There's already a group of worms approaching. Do you want to attract all the beasts from the 10th floor here? The restoration of the memories, alright, it's successful. We just need to hold on until Baron does something. Wait, he's not screaming anymore. Why does his eye look like that? Is it his ability? No. That's something caused by an external factor. Brainwashing? No, it's more like mind domination. Don't let the down gem destroy your body. Use it to its fullest potential. Feel the power of the down gem and make it your own. Use it to escape this place. Destroy everything that comes in your way. Forget all of the bad memories from this terrible place and live happily on the surface. There is nothing you can't do. It's all in your hands. You're the main character. You. What did they just do? Don't approach them. They're self-destructing. To think such a large down gem was shoved in his wound. I've never seen anything more foolish than that. It's true that starving beasts will occasionally intake down gems to stay alive. It takes days and lots of effort to absorb them without getting any side effects. After all, the mana within the down gems is not theirs. However, that adult has just shoved a high-ranking down gem inside the wound of a fragile human. The child is going to be ripped to shreds by all of the mana that is. Wait. That human's body is regenerating. You said he'd get ripped to shreds. It's impossible. That cannot be. How can a mere human? Look, the adult is intervening with the child's mind. Kill the adult. Now. Or you might actually end up witnessing an awakening. Are you telling me that he's using his powers to gaslight the kid? Damn it. My arm. This is it. I guess. There's just one thing I'd like to ask. I understand what I've done until now. Even then, I thought I would become the main character. I wanted to. Let me be greedy one last time. I just don't want to be forgotten. I don't want to end my life as a useless extra, as a pathetic villain. Chatterbox, you wanted a name, right? Take mine. At least my name will live on. After that, go to the surface. Use the down gem's power to its full potential. Make down gem's power mine. Use down gem's power to escape geyser, destroy whatever gets in my way. Forget all bad memories from geyser. My name is Kim Jin-woo. Goodness. What incredible mana. I have chills all over. It's like I'm naked. This isn't the time to be in awe. Get ready to defend yourselves. Why? Are you saying he's going to attack us? Yes, he will. The brainwash command is Demon. Shit. J. Jung-won. KRGH. Bub. Cough. The reality I see is false. Huff. My stomach. Thanks, Captain. I thought I was dead. There's no time for distractions. Get ready. Huh. What just happened? Baron's back where he was too. It's as if he never moved. So this is the skill of the failures captain. Reality denial. I've heard of it before, but I've never witnessed it until now. It's unbelievable. How does it work? He's gonna attack. Move. I can't hold on for long. Demon, there's no time to be spacing out. Come with us. Captain. How are you doing? That took a bigger toll than I expected. I'll be able to do it just one more time. After that, I will lose my eye and I won't be able to use it again. What? You used it more than 3 times last time. That's because you guys were the only ones I needed to use it on. The demon and Baron are taking up a lot more energy than I expected. I guess there are penalties. Demon, I need an explanation. As you can see, he has awakened as per our original goal. It looks like he's also lost his mind in the process. I had set the synchronization of emotions and sensations to maximum so that he could really experience and feel what he was seeing. Who would have known that he had awakened because of brainwashing rather than through his own effort? Brainwashing. Are you saying that he's brainwashed right now? Yes. In the past, a high-rank down gem was the fuel to force his awakening. I can't believe it. That kind of mana isn't something you can simulate with a high-rank down gem. Young Baron's mana storm was about 2 meters in diameter, but right now, it's easily more than 10 meters wide. How was he able to absorb that much mana? In the first place, a mana storm isn't something that can be controlled with brainwashing. Is it just talent? Or maybe... Demon. This isn't the time to be lost in thoughts. Tell us what we need to do. My apologies. There were 3 commands in the brainwashing. To absorb the power of the down gem, to escape geyser, and to get rid of all obstacles that get in the way. It seems like it'd be all solved if we were to send him to the surface, but we can't exactly let him run rampant from the 10th to the 1st floor. Please make sure he doesn't act up. For how long? Until his young self reaches the surface. That's impossible. Do you know how long it'll take? Don't worry. I'm going to speed up the flashback. Is he even human? This much force is enough to crush even a giant worm. Captain. It feels like he's about to start moving. Demon. I'll start right away. Don't do anything. I'm going to deal with him on my own. All right. It hurts my ego, but I don't want to die again. Suyang, you can stop. I feel like it hasn't even been half a day since we sparred, Baron, yet here we are again. You might not have been in control of yourself, but you'll still have to pay the consequences for harming my family. Let's see. How much stronger you've gotten. Let's see how much stronger you've gotten. I've dealt no damage to him. He's wrapped himself in mana-like armor. However, you're no better than a beast of geyser that only relies on overwhelming strength and instincts. Nothing has changed from our last duel. When it comes to combat, technique is the deciding factor. Well, it's not like you can hear me anyway. No use. He tricked me. Has he understood what I said? Parasite, heal my eye. Ow. Quack. Parasite. What just happened? No way. This cannot be. That human is controlling the mana storm that was supposed to rip his body to shreds a while ago instead though. He has managed to completely restrain it. However, he's still just a representative of an inferior species. I'm sure he has his limits, hey. He won't be able to evade my attacks if I give it my all. Human. Impossible. He's supposed to be inferior. How can this be? Ayakak. Chatter. Yeah, that's good enough for me. If the last survivor, if Chatterbox, he's the one killing me. I'm okay with that. I'm fine with it. Kill me. Chatterbox, friend. Park Hyung-T. My friend. You're alive. I'm so glad. I'll save you. Wait a bit. No. Chatterbox, no. I'll kill him. Destroy everything that comes in your way. Get rid of all the obstacles. No. Hyung-T is a friend. I don't want to kill him. I can't. Put an end to. No. Friends are not to kill. I won't. Chatterbox. No. No. Come back. Come back. You have to. Chatter dash. No. Please. No. Chatterbox. Chatter. I don't want to die alone, please, just, not again. Shit. My right eye. Okay, it didn't go blind. I'm fine. But next time it will. How long do you intend to deny what we are? I flow through you. We are one in this body. Shut up. You're a parasite that entered me of your own accord, it does not matter what you call me. Use me like when you did on the surface. That was just to show him that a parasite isn't something only one person has. Were it not for me, you and your friends would have long become one with the dirt. Had you used me, you would not have lost your left eye and arm. Use me. Preserve your life by using my powers. Enough. I will never acknowledge you. We will win on our own as we always have. Shut up and go away. Forever. All right. I shall watch from the dark, as I have always done. Ugh. Cough. Had you used my arm? I thought I told you to fuck off. He won't give me a break. He's not even getting tired either. Huff huff. I need to hurry and get ready. He's coming. A giant worm. Is this the one Suyang mentioned earlier? Suyang. How many giant worms are approaching? I can't tell the exact number. What? Then, there's just a ton of them. It looks like worms from all over the area have gathered here. My weapon. No, I won't be able to find it anyway. Failures, protect the demon from the worms. I'll try to get their attention and use the down gems. Make all of their power your own. Mana storm. He just shoved a down gem into his torso. I don't even get what's happening anymore. The worms are attracted to his mana. Get back. I hope he can stall for some time. Parasite is searching for down gems in the area. What? Did he just rip out the down gems from the worms? That is no longer a human. Not even a Geyserian's body can withstand something like that. That is a monster. No. His physique is that of a normal Geyserian. This is only possible because of the brainwashing and the fact that he's unconscious. I'm sure he's going through tremendous pain, worse than being burned alive. Because of the foreign mana inside, his body is in a vicious cycle of simultaneous destruction and regeneration. If the recovery stops, I'm sure he'll be ground to dust in a few seconds. By ignoring the pain penalty, he's able to absorb the mana from the down gems with maximum efficiency. I guess this is the secret behind the Baron's abnormal amount of mana. When he was a child, he spent days absorbing down gems on the battlefield. Then what else is he if not a monster? Shit. The reality I see is false. Fibrosis. Fibrosis. What the hell? Parasite. What are you doing right now? How did you? I did not choose you just to die in a place like this. I am taking control over the body for the sake of elongating our existence. You bastard. Was this your plan all along? You always meant to steal my body from. It has been so long since I last went out into the world. Geyser is as cold as ever. Captain got eaten. Worry not. I am just borrowing his body for a bit. This will not be permanent. 10 minutes is probably the limit with the amount of power I have saved up. Demon, it is not possible to safely capture or knock him out right now. I will have to kill him. You are crossing the line. The Black Merchant Group will chase you to the ends of Geyser to kill you if you do. You are asking for the impossible. Is survival really a necessity? I will have to cut off his limbs then. Wait. That should calm him down a bit. Physical attacks will do nothing to me. "10 minutes. That did no damage. I will have to target his joints. Until his limbs fall off. It worked. I was unsure because I only saw his face covered by it during the fight. But seeing that form. You must be one of the prototypes. I thought they had gone extinct, but I guess not. You are probably the last of them. This makes it even better, actually. A remnant of the arrogant and greedy past. Return to where you belong. You are nothing but a first generation that denies the reality in front of you. You prototypes are the cause of all evil within our kind. What? Is that our captain talking? No, that seems like a matter between the parasites. Are you so desperate to survive that you have forgotten your duties? There is a mission for us all. We are the seeds of the king. Return to the colony and fulfill your duties. So it is the head of the colony whom I have met. Well, I guess it only makes sense that the only remaining prototype is you. The king has fallen. Order will collapse. You arrogant prototypes will be done for. This is the obvious truth. The mission was a failure. Failure? Can you say that looking at my host? I will take you back, failed traitor. Become a prototype once again. Qua. Parasite is absorbing a fallen-out fragment. Fibrosis is under analysis. Parasite will be capable of using fibrosis once the analysis is over. Absorbing a target with fibrosis will shorten the analysis time. Prototype's ability absorption. This is very dangerous. There is nothing I can do right now. I will have to just rely on my host. Host. There is something dangerous planted in his body. Kill him. You must kill him. No. You must not kill him. Young demon. Do you really not know what you are trying to protect? That is the Demon King. The Demon King will descend upon Geyser once again. Host. Kill the human in front of you. Destroy the vessel of the Demon Key. I was trying to figure out how I could screw you over while I was trapped inside you. As I heard from the black merchants, the surface people call this a big fuck you moment. You showed us the light while we lived in denial of paradise. Host. You must kill him. Do not make the wrong choice. I didn't expect to be able to pay you back for that so early. This time, I will take away the darkness from you. All of your past is false. Gasp. What? When did I lose consciousness? How are you feeling? Captain. Was I hurt? Ag. Damn it. This is. It probably feels as if 1,000 needles are stabbing you. Just think of it as muscle soreness. The others have gone to get some medicinal herbs and food. A part of our stuff was lost in the incident. We're hiding out in a nearby cave. Don't worry. We found your equipment. What incident? Why don't you come out of the cave? Such a mess. Was there a war or something? The worms must have gone wild, considering how many there are. It was all your doing. What? I guess you've lost your memories. I'm talking about the messed up terrain, the worm corpses, and... Captain, your eye. I'll explain everything. So you used your skill to erase the past where I was brainwashed and lost an eye as a consequence. Moreover, it's already been 2 days since then. I've never been so indebted to someone before. I don't even know what to say. Don't mind it. I was going to lose this eye someday anyway. It just happened to be now. I used it to pay you back for showing me paradise. I don't regret it. It's a much bigger deal than that. To lose your sight in Geyser is... I haven't completely lost it. I rely on the power of the parasite that lets me detect down gems now. When there is mana flowing through objects, I can see them much clearer than before. Right now, you are like the sun to me. The mana spreading out from you bounces off the surfaces and brightens my. The goal was to look into your past to re-experience the awakening. You were meant to recall the sensations of that moment in order to use mana now, in the present. The problem was, that you had lost your mind during the awakening. I don't recall it. Doesn't that mean it was all pointless? You lost your eye for nothing too. If we consider just the result, then yes. Fortunately, there's still one solution left. Suyang, is it ready? Yeah. Take this. This is, a lowest rank down gem. I heard that you had taken down gems even before the brainwashing. Just 2 days ago, you shoved several intermediate ones into your body. That means you have the power to absorb raw down gems. But I was unconscious back then. I'm sure your body will remember it. Just go with the flow. Alright. There is no use in taking the long path. There shouldn't be a mana storm since it's a lowest rank down gem. However, it'll be terribly painful. Ag. What the hell? Focus. Ignore the pain. Control it. I can see it. The foreign mana is going wild in his body. It'll try to escape the body no matter what it has to destroy. The Baron is in pain right now. He doesn't know how to manipulate mana, so he also doesn't have the ability to self-heal. The parasite is dormant, so it won't help either. He will die within hours. That is what normally happens when you consume down gems. Think of it as if you have a bunch of glass shards in your body. Those shards are your power. Take them under control. Do not try to stop them from moving. Manipulate where they are going to create a smooth flow. Make one shard circulate in place, so that the other can follow suit. Create a current from your fingertips to your shoulders. Envision as if it's blood that flows through your veins. That is your mana path. The glass shards within your body have become a stream and now flow according to your will. However, there is more to your mana than what you got from that down gem. Push the current into your chest, towards the heart, as if there is an endless well there. Follow where it leads inside. I can't see it. It's as if the stream is dissipating into fog. Concentrate. It doesn't have to be a constant stream. Don't push yourself too hard. Even if it's just one drop, focus on it until the end. And when that droplet reaches the bottom of the well. Is this what Eugene saw? Ah, it's beautiful. Within your chest. Congratulations. You have reached the blessing of Geyser. There, and over there on the ceiling too. A big one to the right of Hyojin. No, you went too far. There's nothing there, though. Is that a wall? It must be inside then. Oh. An intermediate down gem. You almost walked off the cliff, Captain. Thanks. I can't see surfaces. I could guide the way with mana. It's fine. There are too many beasts down here that can detect mana. I can see the people in front of me, so I'll just follow them. Jungwon will be behind me too. There are quite a few down gems in the area. Isn't this Baron Horo? It's Baron Horus. Yes, I thought we were already in his territory. Is it okay to just take the down gems while we're here? I'm sure he won't care. He won't even notice that they disappeared. Baron Horus is one of the wealthiest residents of the 10th floor. His labyrinth core is in the middle of a giant mine. The goblins on the 9th floor were mining too, but they didn't seem to be doing that well. Meanwhile, Baron Horus's labyrinth produces gold and various jewels, as well as down gems and adamantium. It's basically the treasure storage of Geyser. There are rumors that the down gems spill from the roof of the labyrinth and fall onto the altar on their own. That's not good. Are you concerned that he can afford a large military force with perfect equipment since he's so wealthy with down gems? I don't think you need to worry. Baron Horus won't fight with all his power. I guess it's more accurate to say that he can't. You'll see what I mean. Is that all, Gold? Wait. Put this on before going in. It's a mask and bandages seeped in the smell of beasts. He better not know that you're human. Within the Shadow Labyrinth. These guys appear as if it's just black smoke wearing armor, they're Baron Horus's soldiers. Besides, I can't really tell. If their equipment only looks nice or if it's actually high quality, they all have top-tier equipment. I can even see a few items made of mithril. You don't need to worry, though. They can't even swing a sword. They are not beasts that can fight physically. They die once their physical form is dissipated too, so the armor is really pointless. Is it just to show off? Yes. There has been basically zero security, and the soldiers don't even care that we are here. I have yet to see a proper guard. Now that one looks like a real soldier. Ah, that's a zealot. A zealot? They are the lowest rank soldiers of Count Parthenon's priesthood. He has placed one in each labyrinth that is under him. It looks pretty strong for a lowest rank unit. Those big doors are the entrance to the owner room. There is one thing I have to remind you of before you go in. Don't try to attack that idiot. I mean, Baron Horus, just because you have a lot of mana. Of course. This is his home base. Plus, he's an aristocrat. I wouldn't try something rash when I can't even properly control my mana yet. I understand your concern, but you worry too much. I see. Sorry about that. Then, since you're ready, let us meet Baron Horus. He should be in here like usual. We greet Baron Horus the Scorched, a great being that shines in the darkness of the abyss. The one who absorbs light, the Scorched, Horus. I didn't think I'd be able to actually see him, but I can. Do the accessories he's wearing have some kind of special power? Or are they just for looks too? You may raise your heads. Make yourselves comfortable. You're earlier than usual this time. I wasn't expecting guests today. We're actually 3 days late, but it's only natural that your sense of time is warped in Geyser. We have procured some very rare accessories from the surface, so we were in a hurry to show them to you, Baron Horus. After all, you are the only one who sees the real value of such unique adornments. Of course. That's great. An aristocrat should be a role model, an icon to everyone in Geyser. There are too many inferior creatures down here who are blinded by gluttony and power. It's only right that an aristocrat upkeeps his dignity and class. Of course. So, where are those rare accessories? I shall summon them right away. They're all of really poor quality. I can see a few plastic ones too. These were made by the royal palace's goldsmith in a nation called North Korea of the surface. They were meant to be gifted to the king, but we, the black merchant group, took them before they could. Oh. Tributes to a king. So these are the most luxurious items that anyone can dream of having on the surface. I can't let the other aristocrats have something this valuable. I will buy them all. How much? 10 of the highest ranked down gems. We were going to give them to you for 8. But we suffered great losses during the plundering process. Humans may be inferior, but I guess the king's army would be strong. Yes. You are right. These rare accessories cannot be easily procured in Geyser. I am willing to pay that much since you work so hard for me. Ah. Great Horus. I'll give you 12 highest ranked down gems. Be moved by my wealth and generosity. This is what it's like to be a true aristocrat of the abyss. Hooray to the great and generous Baron Horus. From now on, all jewelry of the Black Merchant Group is meant only for you. Is that an aristocrat? How did that thing manage to survive in the abyss? Are these eggs tied together? Those were found in a big body of water called the ocean. How did he get the title of Baron? He's so stupid. No wonder the captain called him an idiot. I'm disappointed. Very disappointed. No. Is this perhaps my chance? Should I just kill him right now? The attendant and the vampire are playing with the human child. The officers and soldiers are training. The workers are doing their shifts. The beasts are playing, together with the stupid slime that came here again. Is the elf away today as well? She must be on scout duty. It sure is busy around here even when the labyrinth owner isn't here. We can finish off our date in the house. But. Have you forgotten the contract's conditions? I am guaranteed to have privacy time. But you always work on your own after privacy time. Bye. He calls it privacy time, but when I get here the next morning, half of the corpses from the evening are always taken care of. He's just doing work on his own instead of enjoying his privacy hours. Although he seems to be cold to me on the outside, he's just being considerate so that I don't overwork myself. Ah. You're such a gentleman. I had to cut into my chimera work hours because of that stupid little pink lizard. I'll have to work late today too. Thanks to that, the creation of chimera soldiers isn't something I can even attempt. But at least I've almost finished the body that I'm going to move into. Ah. I forgot to give him the lunch I prepared. I made it specially for him, so I can't eat it. It's right after privacy hours, so it should be fine to just drop this off, right? Hello. Hello. I brought lunch for. He's not here. Is he in the bathroom? I wanted to give it to him myself, but it is what it is. I'll just leave it here. Has this bookshelf always stood here? I feel like its location changed a bit. A basement? Should I just kill him right now? Ah, shit. The enemy leader is vulnerable right now. It'll all be over with just a single jump attack. Once he dies, all of the beasts he's summoned will disappear. I'll be able to take all of the resources and the labyrinth core too. Do not attack Baron Horus. If I take over this labyrinth, what will happen afterwards? I will become enemies with the Black Merchant Group. Technically, I'm a part of them right now, so the other labyrinths will question them for breaking neutrality. It'll only be a matter of time before everyone knows about what happened, and information on the Naga labyrinth will make its way into the hands of my enemies. If it gets out that a labyrinth owner of the 9th floor killed an aristocrat of the 10th floor in a cowardly manner, without even confirming whether the invasion was indeed planned, I'll only incite the enemies to attack my labyrinth and will give them pretext for that. And since I'll be the obvious cause of the invasion, I won't even be able to form an alliance on the 9th floor. Baron Horace, what do you think about the 9th floor of Geyser? Why do you ask? I heard that an aristocrat was appointed there, so I was wondering what you thought of that. Ha! I assume that fool kissed the ass of Anatolius. The seal of an aristocrat is not something so light that it should be handed to. I don't have the time to concern myself over a fake like him. You seem to not feel threatened by him at all. Threatened? What a funny joke. I could destroy his labyrinth with just 10. No, 5, no, 2 of my soldiers. I am sure you are right, Baron Horace. He doesn't have his guard up at all. He has no information on the 9th floor, and he won't even put effort into the war if it breaks out. But if I were to kill him, I would make a huge mistake. This demon. Phew. Did you notice? How could I not when you had the aura of someone ready to kill everything in sight? You probably thought of it as a chance to take over his labyrinth. You did well not to attack him. And that's a very big if, because you would have failed to kill him in the first place. So there's more to him than what I saw. I know what you were thinking. It's true that Horace seems like an idiot. However, there is a reason why he has a monopoly over the most fertile lands of the 10th floor, as well as the title of Baron. Until the darkness surrounding him is removed, no one can kill him. What? Even Anatolius can't? No one but Anatolius can kill him. If you had actually attacked him, it would have looked as if his body split into 2. Once you realize that it was just an illusion, all you will see is eternal darkness. Eventually, you yourself will become a part of it. That is the flame of darkness. Of Horus the Scorched. Well, that sounds simple. All I'd have to do is shine a flashlight at him while attacking. Finally, it's completed. My new body. A vessel that contains all of the miasma I could find in this place with the exception of the secret room. It's about 60% as powerful as my old body, but I can just make up for that slowly once I possess it. However, I'm lacking the miasma I need to move into another vessel. I guess I was rushing myself since the completion was so close. I will die if I fail. I only have one chance. I better focus on recovering my miasma for a bit. I'll lose my taste, smell, and all other senses once I return to being an undead. It'll be goodbye to all of the Naga workers too. Yeah. I'll be alone again after leaving this labyrinth. Pinky. Gloomy. Have I been caught? Have you seen it all? Pinky. I must kill her. Cough. Arg. Ugh. Using enough power to kill a Naga worker means I won't leave unscathed either. If it takes long, the damage will accumulate too. I should be able to kill her in a second if I use the maximum output. I need to kill her, right now. Why? What? Why am I hesitating? You promised. Did the labyrinth send you to keep an eye on me? Who else knows? Tell me. I need to finish this before it's too late. Ugh. Why? Just. Why am I hesitating? Why? Lunch. I wanted to drop off the lunch I packed for you. That's a lie. Who cares about some lunch? Are you telling me you broke the contract? I mean, the promise with me because of some lunch. I made it myself. I was just thinking of you, there was no evil intent. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just wanted to stay with you longer. Simply, to spend a bit more time with you. If you want me dead, then I'm out of my asthma. I've taken serious damage too, now she knows what I've been doing. I should have killed her. Living beings are so sickening. Ugh, this place. It's definitely corruption from my asthma. Is this the Naga Temple's healing center? But even if you were at the cemetery, the miasma is spread out thin all over the place, so it shouldn't have damaged you like this. That's because of the new undertaker. You mean the worker lying over there? I've heard of him. It's over then. Yes, he isolated the high-risk corpses and told me not to go near them, but curiosity got the better of me anyway. After I passed out, he saved me at the cost of injuring his arms, I see. So that's what happened. I know you're awake already, so get up, Undertaker. Ugh. Gloomy. Be careful with your arms. Your injuries are actually worse than Pinky's. What happened? Pinky crawled all the way to the temple with you on her back. Even though half of her skin was burned off. It looks like she didn't get any help since the cemetery is far off from the labyrinth center. I've done all the necessary treatments, Pinky, but corruption from miasma isn't something that can be cured with a single healing spell. Since your flesh was regenerated with the help of magic, you don't need to worry about a secondary infection, but it'll still hurt for a while. I'll prescribe you some medicine, so take it and report back on your recovery progress. I'll send a few workers to the cemetery, so you guys can rest for now too. Thanks. Then you can stay here for a month. No. I'm leaving. I will heal at the cemetery. Then I'll also. They look cute together. I guess it's because they're complete opposites of each other. I wish what's visible to the eyes was all that there is. What do you mean? There is something I must report. This way, please. Pinky took second-degree burns all over her body because of miasma. The Undertaker suffered third-degree burns on his arms while rescuing Pinky. I heard all that. I guess it could be considered my negligence since I wasn't aware of the dangers. We almost lost 2 workers that we can't replace. I left everything to Gloomy and never checked in on him. I should look around there and reinforce safety precautions. You are right, but that was not what I wanted to talk about. It's possible for Pinky to get second-degree burns all over her body in a room filled with miasma, but the Undertaker's situation is strange. For him to suffer such injuries, he had to stick his arms into lethal, so highly concentrated miasma that it could be seen with the naked eye. But how did he get third-degree burns while trying to save someone who only took second-degree burns? It does sound strange, there's more to it. We were told that he saved her from a room full of miasma, but it's only his arms that are injured. That means magic. I think that he's using necromancy spells since they use miasma as the catalyst instead of mana.